Chapter 998. Of course, compared to these four, Murong Qingcheng and Su Jing were not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, Su Jing was even above them. This was not a blind guess of Yi Chen's. From Demon Flower Emperor, Yi Chen learned that Murong Qingcheng's strength had already reached the level of titled monarchs of Elysium. Moreover, she was not an ordinary titled monarch. The reason why her strength had advanced so rapidly was because Murong Qingcheng had inherited an extremely noble bloodline of demons. This bloodline was called the Dark Demoness bloodline. However, this bloodline was too powerful, so powerful that it could corrode one's soul and mind. After all, Murong Qingcheng was not a pure demon, but a demonic human. Therefore, she had been trying her best to tame the Dark Demoness bloodline and strengthen herself in the process, preparing for the great calamity of the foreign races. As for Su Jing, her strength could be guessed even with her toes. It should be known that in Elysium, she was the only one with a complete dragon bloodline. As for how powerful a dragon was, it was impossible to guess. One could only know that it was a demonic beast that stood above all other beasts. Their aptitudes had reached the supreme grade, and they did not need to cultivate bitterly. After reaching adulthood, they could become demonic kings. As for how powerful a demonic king-level dragon was, one could only know after seeing it with their own eyes. In any case, the more powerful experts appeared in Elysium, the happier Yi Chen would be. Yi Chen was not sure about the others, but he was sure that these six were the main force. In order to make them stronger, Yi Chen had even given the Zhenyuan crystals produced by the Devouring Island to Marquis, Sword Snow, Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, and Chu Zhongtian. After all, he had already reached the peak of the second layer of life and death realm, and did not need Zhenyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. Murong Qingcheng cultivated demonic power, and Su Jing cultivated dragon power. Neither did she need Zhenyuan crystals. The four did not refuse. This was not the time to be soft-hearted. Increasing their strength was the most important thing. We're increasing our strength, and so are those foreign races. What worries me the most is the Yin Wind Demonic Emperor. A trace of worry appeared on Xuanho's face. Yin Wind Demonic Emperor was a seventh-layer demonic emperor level character. Even if he were to be suppressed by 2 layers in Elysium, he would still be at the 5th layer. Such characters would be extremely frightening if they were allowed to recover from their weakened state. It should be known that the 5th layer corresponded to 7-star strength. In this era, Elysium did not have 7-star strength. Even Yi Chen. In a few short years, they won't be able to recover to their peak. But it is indeed worrying. Yi Chen let out a light breath. His strength had already reached a limit, and he could not increase it any further. In terms of cultivation base, he was at the peak of the 2nd layer. If he continued to increase it, he might explode and perish. Therefore, he could not be anxious. In terms of sword will, his destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent had both reached the peak of the 6th step due to their resonance, only a step away from the 7th step. However, the higher one's sword will went, the harder it would be to increase it. Not to mention, it was an attribute sword intent, which might take dozens of years to reach. As for sword domain, Yi Chen had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer because he had been to the sword world many times. Later on, no matter how hard he tried, he could not increase it by even half a step. Fortunately, it was not a waste of time. Thousands of sword arts had appeared in his mind. Although he could not comprehend them all, they would become Yi Chen's foundation. In terms of sword arts, momentary brilliance was the strongest. No matter how he improved the other sword arts, they could not surpass it. Therefore, his strength nearing 7-star had already been calculated. Before going to the titled King Palace, Yi Chun had the battle strength of a 5-star tyrant, and his life and death realm had reached the peak of the first layer. Combined with momentary brilliance, he had the battle strength of a mid-6-star tyrant, the peak of the second layer, and the peak of the third layer of sword domain barely gave Yi Chun the battle strength of a 6-star tyrant. As for spirit body, Yi Chun's spirit body had also reached the late 5th step. In Bloodlight Ocean, Yi Chun had found a blood crystal flower and killed 2 blood demon emperors, obtaining their blood demon crystals. His spirit body had advanced from the early 5th step to the late 5th step, and his physical body's defense had reached a whole new level. Unfortunately, the strength of the spirit body had nothing to do with strength. It only had endurance. Let's not talk about this. When it's time, it will come. How is the forging of your sword? Xianhou shook her head and changed the topic. Speaking of the sword, Yi Chen's face revealed a trace of rarely seen excitement. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be completed in half a month. The sword the two were talking about was neither a semi-extreme grade sword nor a pseudo-extreme grade sword, but a genuine extreme grade sword. Although he didn't know the final grade of the sword, Yi Chen estimated that it would be at least at the peak of mid-supreme grade. As for the Sky Scorpio sword, before its crystal power was exhausted, it was merely mid-supreme grade. In order to forge an extreme grade sword, Yi Chen had failed 19 times in total, using up hundreds of extreme grade materials. If he hadn't been collecting extreme grade materials in the recent years and inherited a batch of them from Fire Emperor, as well as some gifted to him by Xianhou, Demon Flower Emperor, and Spirit Pill King, he wouldn't have had so many extreme grade materials to consume. The difficulty of forging an extreme grade sword was no less than breaking through to life and death realm. Fortunately, although he had failed 19 times, apart from 10 sword embryos exploding, the other 9 times had produced defective swords, which were pseudo-extreme grade swords. Of the 9 pseudo-extreme grade swords, Yi Chen kept 3 for himself and gave the other 6 to Xianhou, Demon Flower Emperor, and Spirit Pill King as compensation. After forging the 20th extreme grade sword, Yi Chen's sword forging arts had reached a comprehensive level. Originally, he would have been satisfied with forging an ordinary extreme grade sword. The Sky Scorpio sword could be used for the defensive sword art, while this sword could be used for battle. However, he didn't expect that the incomplete extreme grade sword would release such a powerful might, surpassing the low-grade extreme grade. Therefore, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to complete it. Instead, he placed it at the center of the 99 Origin Return Great Array, allowing it to absorb a large amount of spiritual qi and refine the sword's body. At the same time, he drew in the essence of the Earth Fiend True Fire to refine the fine impurities within. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Behind the Spirit Cloud Peak was a fiery red mountain peak that was releasing boundless heat. This was the place Yi Chen used to forge swords and was called the Sword Forging Peak. In the depths of the Sword Forging Peak, he had arranged an Earth Fiend True Fire Great Array. This great array could absorb the Earth Fiend True Fire in the depths of the ground and use the power of the array to remove the false and retain the true, condensing the Earth Fiend True Fire Essence. The temperature of this Earth Fiend True Fire Essence was extremely shocking. Ordinary metal materials would be turned into ashes in less than a breath's time. Only extreme grade materials could endure it, but they would also melt very quickly. At this moment, in the underground cave of the Sword Forging Peak, a sword that was about to take shape was dancing up and down. Its sharp sword qi could cut through everything in this world. Once this sword is born, my power will increase by quite a bit. I'll use it to kill all the alien race warriors invading Elysium. On the side, Yi Chen's eyes were cold and serious. The sword was used to kill people. The more people it killed, the stronger the killing intent would be, and the sharper the sword would be. Every strand of qi, would have the power to cut souls. Using this sword to kill alien race warriors was undoubtedly the best way to sacrifice it. Walking out of the sword-forging peak, Yi Chen arrived at the Spirit Cloud Peak. On the peak, there were 6 youngsters training their sword skills. They were Yi Xian, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Yi Chen's 4 disciples. In the blink of an eye, a couple of years had passed. Some of them were already 20 years old, and some were nearing that age. Their growth was astonishing, especially the 4th disciple, Lung Xinghan. He was the strongest among the 6. Although he was only at the mid-astral reaching realm, his power was enough to compete with some famous Sea of Souls realm warriors. Master, Big Brother. Seeing Yi Chen's arrival, everyone stopped their sparring. Faintly nodding, Yi Chen said, "I'm very satisfied with your progress. Unfortunately, I didn't give you much time. If you had a few more years, you might have reached the Sea of Souls realm." The great calamity of the foreign races would not only be a battle between life and death realm warriors, but also between Sea of Souls realm warriors. For example, in the parallel space battlefield where the Demon King was sealed, apart from the skeletons of life and death realm warriors, there were also Sea of Souls realm warriors and even astral-reaching realm warriors. The alien race disaster was not only a disaster for the warriors of Elysium, but it was also a very dangerous opportunity. Once they got through it, they would definitely have a huge improvement. They might even be able to break through their limits and reach a realm that they had never been able to reach before. However, the condition was that they had to survive. Therefore, Yi Chen did not plan to let his top 4 disciples and siblings hide in the falling dust sword school and survive with the great protective spell. When it was necessary, they would have to join the battle and fight against the astral-reaching realm warriors of the alien races. But he also knew that although astral-reaching realm warriors were not as powerful as life and death realm warriors, astral-reaching realm warriors were actually the most dangerous ones. Whether it was the alien races or the Elysium, there were way too many astral-reaching realm warriors. They were just like small soldiers. And in battles, the ones who would die the most would be the small soldiers. He was a bit worried. "Don't worry, Master. I, Lung Xinghan, am not someone who will just live without purpose. I will live and die with the falling dust sword school. The alien races have invaded our Elysium, and they will pay with blood." Lung Xinghan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Dongfang Bai, who was usually the most gentle, also said with a serious tone, "Master, you have always taught me that sword arts are for killing, not for show. This time, I, Dongfang Bai, will let go of everything and fight against the alien races." Big Brother. The 6 of them were fearless, filled with passion. Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. "Not being afraid of death is a good thing, but I do not recommend fighting to the death without retreating. When it is time to retreat, you should retreat. Only by staying alive can you kill more alien races. Plus, this great disaster will be decided by the battles between us life and death realm warriors. I will teach you your sword formation combination attack method. You guys are almost done practicing it, so use it at the critical moment. Don't attract too much attention. No one would want their disciples and siblings to die on the battlefield, and Yi Chen did not want that either. While training them, he would try to give them a chance to survive. Days passed by, and the time for the appearance of the extreme rank greatsword was getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, the whole of Elysium was getting quieter and quieter. It was the last calm before the storm. Chapter 9, 99. Near the dead end, on a planet that had been stained with the blood of the Dragon King, there were many figures. Cursed Demon Emperor, Lord of Fear, the Troll Emperor, will be the commander this time. Do you have any objections? The figures were divided into 2 camps. The larger camp was the demons. At this moment, Among the three leading demons, there was the cursed demon emperor and the Lord of Fear. As for the one who spoke, it was a majestic middle-aged man with a height of 5 meters, arms and legs as thick as his eyes fell on the cursed demon emperor and the Lord of Fear. "You can be the commander, but don't even think about ordering me." The cursed demon emperor seemed to be a little afraid of the majestic middle-aged man and didn't want to compete for the position of commander. "Ordering you? I don't have the time for that, but it's good that you agree. Lord of Fear, what do you say?" "I don't care." The Lord of Fear was expressionless. If it were another demon who spoke to them like this, they would have been torn apart. The reason why they were afraid of the majestic middle-aged man was because the other party was stronger than them. No matter where they were, strength was respected. So what if you were cruel and inhumane? Even if your name could scare children to tears, in the face of absolute strength, they were inferior. The strength of the Troll Emperor was not just a little higher than theirs, but his magic power was even more vigorous and boundless. After receiving the two's replies, the Troll Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Although the cursed demon emperor and the Lord of Fear were not as strong as him, it was a critical moment now. It would not be good for everyone if they fell out. "Emperor Einshur, where is your senior brother, the Wind demonic emperor?" The Troll Emperor asked the evil spirit camp. There was only one person leading the evil spirit. This person's face was yellow and ordinary, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake. In terms of mysteriousness, he was even more mysterious than the Wind demonic emperor. He was sealed again. Hearing the other party mention the Wind demonic emperor, Emperor Einshur frowned and said, "Sealed again. Who did it?" Generally speaking, seals were very difficult to remove. Only those ancient seals would become loose due to the corrosion of time. Now that the great battle was imminent, where would they have the time to unseal the Wind demonic emperor? Even if they were given 10 years, it wouldn't be enough. After all, their research on seals was inferior to humans. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Yichun, Xianhou, and the Demon Flower Emperor. Their auras are still lingering at the scene. Emperor Einshur flicked his fingernails, a mysterious killing intent appearing on his face. Yichun, the Troll Emperor, had heard this name from other demons more than once. This boy was a rare genius. He was probably only 35 or 36 years old. Among the demons, 35 or 36 years old was impossible to achieve anything. "I'll deal with this brat. Once I kill him, I should be able to make the others despair even faster." The Troll Emperor was very clear that Yichun had unknowingly become the symbol of Elysium, the spiritual pillar of many life and death kings. Everyone hoped for a miracle to happen to him. If he was cut off, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the people of Elysium. Leave that Xianhou to me. It's been a long time since I've tasted a human queen. Last time, it was completely useless, and she was played to death very quickly. The cursed demon emperor licked his lips, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Death Path, a vast expanse of primal chaos. Outside the Death Path was an even more boundless starry sky. The countless stars were like diamonds. In the starry sky that was unknown how far away from the Death Path, a dense black cloud appeared. The black cloud moved faster and faster, sweeping past the stars one after another. Only after getting closer did one realize that it was not a black cloud, but a fleet of completely sealed battleships. These battleships were entirely black, looking like huge shuttles. Dazzling blue flames were surging on both sides and at the rear of the battleships. It was precisely this flame that allowed the battleships to move as fast as light, without any sound or presence. If someone were here, they would definitely recognize these battleships. Each of these battleships was extremely valuable, and there were actually hundreds of them here. Go through space. An order came from inside the battleships. Yes, connect to the space stone's energy and go through space. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1. Buzz, 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 buzz. In front of the battleships, the space twisted, forming a horizontal funnel. The battleships rapidly entered and eventually disappeared. In the void of primal chaos, countless faint multicolored lights flickered. These lights were emitted by the huge gems on the exterior of the battleships. The interior of the battleship was extremely luxurious. At the head of the battleship, there was a small conference room. Inside, a dozen demons were discussing something. This time, we demons have mobilized an army of 2 million. Sweeping through Elysium will be a cinch. At that time, all the resources inside will belong to us demons. The humans inside will also become our slaves. How much wealth would that be? You should know that human women are very popular outside. This amount of wealth is incalculable. Humans have the fastest reproduction rate. Once we sell a batch, we will immediately replenish another batch. We will never be able to sell all of them unless we sell the entire world at once. Who would be so foolish as to sell an entire world? But counting it, this is already the third inhabited world that we have conquered. This time, when we go to Elysium, I must get 100 beautiful human women to be my slaves. Everyone, don't be too happy too early. In ancient times, many races invaded Elysium. Although the people of other races in Elysium have all died, other than us demons, the evil spirit race's forces are still not weak. If we want to dominate the entire Elysium, our chances are not very high. At most, we will take 60 to 70%. Humph, the evil spirit race's forces are far inferior to us demons. Giving them 20% is already not bad. I wonder how many troops the evil spirit race will mobilize this time. In another part of the starry sky, there were also 200 battleships flying in the chaos. The demons are very powerful, so they probably won't give us a 60 to 40 split. In my opinion, it's already not bad for the evil spirit race to get 30%. No matter where the demons are, they have always been domineering. I'm just afraid that we won't even get 30%. You guys have never worked with the demons before, so you don't know how domineering they are. No way. We also mobilized 1 million troops this time. Could it be that we can only get 20%? The demons are not 4 times stronger than us, so why should they get 80%? It's still too early to talk about this now. Elysium is not easy to deal with. In ancient times, many of our races mobilized tens of millions of troops, but we still failed to conquer it. Instead, we suffered heavy casualties. It's not too late to talk about this after we conquer Elysium. What's there to be afraid of? The ancient times of Elysium are different from the modern times. Back then, they could freely enter and exit their own world. There were many experts, and they had the home ground. What about the modern times? They are extremely weak, and our evil spirit race and demons have many experts among them. It will be easy to conquer Elysium. That's true, but even a lion has to use its full strength to capture a rabbit. We can't be careless. Outside the dead end, there was a floating mountain peak. On the mountain peak, many palaces stood. Inside one of the palaces, 3 evil spirit race experts and 6 demons gathered together. Their cultivation bases were all terrifyingly high, all of them at the 5th sky of life and death realm. It should be known that outside of Elysium, the 5th sky of life and death realm was equivalent to 7-star battle power. In the blink of an eye, we've already guarded the entrance of Elysium for more than 90 years. When the 100 years is up, someone will come to replace us. 90 years is just a blink of an eye. We're very lucky. We'll be leaving in a few years, but Who would have thought that it would be time for us to invade Elysium again? Yeah, Elysium has fallen, so we can take the opportunity to make some profits. The army should be here soon, right? There's no rush. It'll only be a few days later. Suddenly, the eyes of the leading demons lit up. They're here. Swish. As he spoke, his figure flickered and flew out of the palace, followed by the other 8. Unknowingly, hundreds of puppet battleships had appeared not far away from the floating mountain peak. The battleships on the right were all black, and there were 400 of them. The battleships on the left were gray, and there were 200 of them. Altogether, there were 600 battleships. Judging from the size of these battleships, each of them could carry 5,000 people. 600 battleships would be 3 million soldiers. The leading battleships opened, and dozens of people walked out. Among them, the strongest was at the 5th sky of life and death realm, while the weakest was at the 3rd sky of life and death realm. Everyone, you've worked hard. Haha, it's nothing. It's only 100 years. Although the 9 people guarding the dead end were also at the 5th sky of life and death realm, their strength was much higher than other experts at the same level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to guard the dead end. Blood Rain, I didn't expect to see you this time. Ha! You've been guarding here for more than 90 years, right? Don't worry. As long as we conquer Elysium, we'll definitely get you some treasures. I'll give you as many beauties as you want. The 2 demons seemed to be familiar with each other, and they started chatting. This time, we'll definitely win. Inside, 3 of our great demon emperors have escaped. They are Lord Troll Emperor, Lord Lord of Fear, and Lord Cursed Demon Emperor. Evil Spirit Race has suffered a bit this time. Lord Een Wind Demonic Emperor has been sealed again, leaving only Lord Emperor Eenshur. In the invasion of Elysium, Evil Emperor and Demon Emperor were the strongest. Each and every one of them was at the 7th sky of life and death realm. As for 8th sky of life and death realm, it was not that they couldn't come, but the key was that Elysium's suppression was too powerful. The stronger one was the greater the suppression. 8th sky of life and death realm entering Elysium would only be a bit more powerful than 7th sky of life and death realm. Moreover, it would damage one's foundation. Therefore, apart from the ancient era, no 8th sky of life and death realm would enter Elysium. Once they died, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. After all, being killed by the enemy with one's strongest strength was better than being killed by the enemy with 2 sky of life and death realm. As for 9th sky of life and death realm, don't even think about it. 9th sky of life and death realm was very rare in every race, not to mention the fact that they were unwilling to come. Even if they were willing, the race's higher-ups wouldn't allow them to come. Chapter 1000. Inside the dead end, puppet battleships shuttled back and forth. The dead end was the entrance to Elysium. Normally, only life and death kings could freely enter and exit. Those below the realm of life and death would be directly annihilated into nothingness. However, with the protection of the puppet battleships, the demons and evil spirits below the realm of life and death would be safe and sound. In a few blinks of an eye, all the puppet battleships arrived in Elysium's starry sky. What a powerful suppressive power! Almost at the same time, everyone felt their realm being suppressed. The 5th layer of life and death realm was suppressed to the 3rd layer of life and death realm, the 3rd layer to the 1st layer of life and death realm, and the 3rd layer to the half-step king realm, while the half-step king realm was suppressed to the peak of late sea of soul realm. The lower the realm, the smaller the suppression. For example, astral-reaching realm experts were only suppressed a little. However, invading another world was not as simple as having one's realm suppressed. Because the world's yuan qi in the true spirit world was not suitable for the demon race and evil spirit race, The two races could not display their martial arts to the limit. In other words, under the same realm, their battle power was inferior to that of the outside world, and they could only display about 80% of their strength. Not good. My gate is broken. A demon king of demons yelled as the aura on his body leaked out. In the blink of an eye, his realm had dropped from the 3rd layer to the 1st layer. He was originally at the 5th layer, but after being suppressed, his realm had turned into nothingness due to his weak foundation. Even if he were to leave Elysium right now, his realm would only be below the 1st layer. As for the others, after leaving Elysium, their suppressed realm would return, and they would only need to go into seclusion for a while to recover to their peak. Mine is broken as well. There were many from the Tao sect who did not have a solid foundation. More than 40 demons had their cultivation levels plummeted, while nearly 20 evil spirit race members had their cultivation levels plummeted the most. The better ones had their cultivation levels plummeted to the bottom. Damn it, we didn't earn enough in Elysium this time. It's a big loss. A demon king's face was filled with anger. The commander of the demons creased his brows. More than 60 life and death kings of the evil spirit race had their battle power greatly reduced, and some of them had even lost more than half of their battle power. This was not a good sign. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. We, the demons, have brought 1,000 demon kings, and the evil kings of the evil spirit race have nearly 500 as well. Adding Elysium and our demons and evil spirit race's experts, a mere 60 life and death kings is nothing. Who is the commander of my demons this time? Just as the puppet worship passed through the dead end and entered Elysium, a majestic voice rang out. It was as if a mighty god was speaking, and the voice was omnipresent. What a vigorous demonic power! The commander of the evil spirit race was shocked, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. The demons had 3 demon emperors in Elysium, while their evil spirit race only had 1 evil emperor. If he guessed correctly, the speaker should be the troll emperor. The troll emperor had the demonic bloodline of the demons, and his true body was extremely huge. In the same realm, his demonic power was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Lord Troll Emperor, I'm Blood Scythe. I'm honored to be the commander this time. The door of the leading demon's puppet worship opened, and a tall figure flew out and said respectfully, "All right, you'll still be the commander. However, the commander is me, the Troll Emperor. You'll have to listen to my orders." The Troll Emperor said, without hesitation, "Yes." The Blood Scythe Demon King was not surprised. He was only a temporary commander, and after arriving in Elysium, he still had to listen to the strongest. After the Troll Emperor spoke, Emperor Inshur did not want to be left behind. He asked who the commander of the evil spirit race was, different from the Troll Emperor's mighty voice. Emperor Inshur's voice was extremely mysterious and pervasive. It was as if a venomous snake had drilled into one's ear and hissed, making one's scalp go numb. The commander of the evil spirit race was a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. He was called the Eagle Demon King. He walked out and paid his respects to Emperor Inshur. The evil altar of the evil spirit race is sealed in the number 1 king-level forbidden ground of the Blood Sky continent, the evil mace. As long as 72 evil kings join forces to activate the summoning altar technique, the evil altar will be able to break free and be used by the evil spirit race, Emperor Inshur said. The Eagle Demon King said, "Rest assured, Lord Evil Emperor, this time our evil spirit race has sent 500 evil kings, and there are more than 100 who are proficient in the summoning altar technique. All right, as long as the evil altar appears, we will be able to unceasingly replenish our evil power without worrying about exhausting it." Emperor Inshur smiled coldly. In Elysium, evil chi was sparse. It was fine for a short war, but for a long war, the evil altar was required to gather evil chi. Troll Emperor will be going first. I hope you can bite the hard bone that is the true spirit continent. Turning his head, Emperor Einshur said to the Troll Emperor. The Troll Emperor smiled. The true spirit continent is hard to bite, and the Sky Sword continent is not to be trifled with either. I'm just afraid that your evil spirit race will suffer a setback. The two had already come to an agreement. The evil spirit race would attack the Sky Sword continent, while the demons would attack the true spirit continent. As for the Blood Sky continent, there were no more experts left. All the astral-reaching realm and above experts had gathered in the true spirit continent and the Sky Sword continent. Then let's see who succeeds first. Emperor Einshur didn't care. He brought the numerous evil kings of the evil spirit race and 200 puppet battleships and left. Lord Troll Emperor, where are we going first? The evil spirit race has the evil altar, and we, the demons, also have a demonic power source. Let's go to the chaotic demon ocean first. The Troll Emperor waved his hand and said loudly, "Let's go." The chaotic demon ocean had long since been emptied. All the demonic humans had migrated away. In the depths of the ocean, a black light suddenly rushed toward the surface. Bang! Water splashed everywhere as a tall and perfect body broke out of the water. She had a long neck like a swan, a slender waist, and extremely long legs. However, she didn't give off a weak feeling. On the contrary, she seemed to be a combination of strength and beauty. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, reaching down to her buttocks. What a pity that the demons have come. Otherwise, I would have been able to cultivate to the third layer of life and death realm. The beautiful woman raised her head and gazed at the sky. At the same time, the Troll Emperor, who was passing through the third layer of Elysium, also saw her. This aura, the Troll Emperor revealed a pensive expression. What a miracle! She actually has the bloodline of the Dark Demoness. The Troll Emperor, am truly fortunate. Terrifying laughter reverberated throughout the heaven and earth. The Troll Emperor made a grabbing motion, and the sky suddenly darkened. A huge demonic hand shrouded over the beautiful woman like a sky-blotting shadow. Voila! The beautiful woman's complexion didn't change. Behind her, a pair of huge wings unfolded. They weren't bat wings, but the demonic wings, which were even more powerful and filled with power. Puff! The space shattered, and the beautiful woman's figure flickered, streaking toward true spirit continent like a black lightning bolt. Her speed was so fast that it almost reached the level of short-distance teleportation. Where do you think you're going? The Troll Emperor roared, and the sky-blotting demonic hand chased after the beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the beautiful woman's speed wasn't much slower than the demonic hand. Adding on the fact that the further they went, the weaker the Troll Emperor's control over the demonic hand was, making it even harder for him to catch up. It's the bloodline of the Dark Demoness. The cursed Demon Emperor's eyes brightened, and his breathing quickened. If I were you, I wouldn't have any ideas about her. The Lord of Fear disdainfully glanced at the cursed Demon Emperor. The cursed Demon Emperor was enraged. However, when the Troll Emperor's gaze swept over, he immediately shut his mouth. The Troll Emperor's gaze was extremely vicious. As long as he said one more word, the latter would most likely tear him apart. Calming his surging emotions, the Troll Emperor coldly ordered, "Unseal the demonic power source with all your strength. I want to kill my way to true spirit continent in the shortest time possible." Yes, numerous demon kings dove into the seabed, heading toward the center of the demonic power ripples. True spirit continent, falling dust sword sect. Hum. A sky-rending sword hum soared into the sky. A beam of crimson sword Qi shot out of the sword crafting peak like a soaring dragon, circling around the peak. Master's supreme grade sword is about to be completed. On the spirit cloud peak, Dongfeng Bai's face lit up. What a frightening sword intent. Lung Xinghan could feel that this sword was different from other swords. This sword was like a god of death. Merely the sword intent it emitted had the bearing of slaughtering gods and demons. With Big Brother here, Elysium will surely defeat the foreign races. Yi Xian and the rest were full of confidence in Yi Chen. In the cave beneath the sword crafting peak, Yi Chen stretched out his palm and tightly grasped the hilt of the blood-red longsword. The blood-red longsword let out a long cry, and waves of frightening sword energy were emitted. It was as if he was not holding a sword, but a bloodthirsty creature. At the same time, Yi Chen's aura expanded uncontrollably. It's finally finished. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. The supreme grade materials used for this sword were the best in Yi Chen's possession. Apart from the most basic star iron, there was also the Death Qi iron, the Blood Demon Emperor's Blood Demon Crystal, and the supreme grade fire cloud stone essence from the Fire Emperor. Of course, the most precious was the Crimson Copper Essence, gifted to Yi Chen by the Spirit Pill King. The Crimson Copper Essence was ranked second among the top 10 miraculous metals. It had the miraculous effect of fusing all metals into one. Whether it was the star power contained in the star iron, the Death Qi contained in the Death Qi iron, the Blood Demon power contained in the Blood Demon Crystal, or the fire energy contained in the Fire Cloud Stone Essence, they were all fused together by the Crimson Copper Essence. There would not be a chaotic feeling of power, and they were completely fused together, turning into a completely new power. Yi Chen called it the Crimson Power. You've just been born after sensing the foreign race's aura. I'll call you the Demon Slaughtering Sword. The grade of the Demon Slaughtering Sword exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. Perhaps it was because the Crimson Copper Essence was truly incredible, or perhaps it was because it was completed during the foreign race's great calamity, or perhaps it was because Yi Chen had imprinted the Destruction Sword intent into the Demon Slaughtering Sword every day. The grade of this sword had exceeded the peak of the supreme grade. It was impressively a supreme grade treasure sword. Chapter 1001. Generally speaking, low supreme grade artifacts were ordinary supreme grade artifacts, mid-supreme grade artifacts were relatively powerful, and high supreme grade artifacts were extremely famous. In the future, even if Yi Chen were no longer around, he and his sword would continue to be passed down, becoming a legend. Holding the Demon Slaughtering Sword in his hand, Yi Chen could feel his sword aura instantly increase. The Destruction Sword intent contained within the sword had even fused with his own. Although it still hadn't reached the 7th step, it had already reached the limit of the 6th step, pulling away from the Immortal Sword intent by a large margin. Pouring Zhen Yuan into the sword, Yi Chen closed his eyes and entered the state of one with the sword, familiarizing himself with the sword's power. In the distance of the fallen dust sword sect, a black light streaked through the sky. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the black light was still very far away, but in the blink of an eye, it had already stopped outside the sect's great protective array. The light faded, revealing a tall and beautiful woman with the demonic wings on her back. Soundlessly, an opening appeared on the great protective array. The beautiful woman's brows twitched, and without making any movements, her figure flickered and entered. Qingcheng, you're out. The first to arrive was the Demon Flower Emperor. Currently, all the demonic humans in the chaotic demon ocean were in the fallen dust sword sect. Yi Chen had given them 5 mountains. In any case, the fallen dust sword sect had 27 mountains, so there was still a lot to spare. Master! The beautiful woman was precisely Murong Qingcheng, who had been in seclusion for many years. Let me see. Impressive. You've actually reached the peak of the second sky of life and death realm, the same as Yi Chun, worthy of the dark demoness bloodline. The demon flower emperor carefully sized up Murong Qingcheng, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Adding Murong Qingcheng, there were 3 people in Elysium who could condense a Dao gate. Xuanho's realm was a bit lower, at the peak of the first sky of life and death realm. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng were both at the peak of the second sky. I also took advantage of a loophole. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to condense a Dao gate in Elysium. Murong Qingcheng was very clear that the reason she could condense the gate was not because of her talent, but because she had found a loophole in the chaotic demonic seabed. The closer one got to the source of the demonic power fluctuations, the weaker the laws of true spirit world became. By the time she reached the source of the demonic power fluctuations, there were no longer any laws of true spirit world. Thus, she could break through to the peak of second layer life and death realm in one go. Of course, this was also thanks to her dark demoness bloodline. If it were the demonic flower emperor, she wouldn't dare approach the source of the demonic power fluctuations, fearing that she would be assimilated by the terrifying demonic power. Murong! A clear voice resounded. Murong Qingcheng's body stiffened, and she raised her head. Yi Chun, with 2 swords hanging on his left waist, flew over from Sword Forging Peak. The sect protecting array was opened by him, and the way he addressed her hadn't changed for so many years. Although Qingcheng called him more intimately, Murong represented the past, and also represented the difference between their relationship. Yi Chun. Murong Qingcheng's voice was somewhat trembling. The two had been separated for so many years. Many times she had wanted to come out of seclusion to see him. However, thinking of the great calamity of the alien races, she knew that if she didn't have enough strength, she would only be a burden. Therefore, she had forcibly endured her yearning for the day when she could fight shoulder to shoulder with him, sharing life and death together. The long years, months, and days had not diluted her feelings. On the contrary, it had deeply branded Yi Chen's image in her soul. Murong Qingcheng's figure was very tall, and she had already reached the space between Yi Chen's eyebrows. Extending her hand, Yi Chen pulled her into his embrace and breathed in the fragrance of her hair. Nestled in Yi Chen's embrace, Murong Qingcheng felt very at ease. The dark witch bloodline that was still somewhat uncontrollable also seemed to have calmed down a lot. Cough, cough, cough. Demon Flower Emperor turned around and coughed a few times. Yi Chen let go of Murong Qingcheng and smiled. Senior Demon Flower Emperor, I and Murong haven't seen each other for many years, so I couldn't help myself. Please don't take offense. Demon Flower Emperor was a bit speechless, if not for the fact that she still had some matters to ask Murong Qingcheng. She might have immediately retreated to avoid the awkwardness. Clearing her throat, she said, Qingcheng, you said that the pure demonic power and demonic rules there are enough for you to advance to the third sky of life and death realm and come out early. Could it be? Murong Qingcheng said with a dignified expression. Yes, the demons have come. The leading demons probably already have 7-star battle strength, and their demonic power is boundless. A casual attack from them gives me a feeling that I can't block it. Dark, which bloodline was extraordinary. In terms of cultivation, she seemed to have an extremely frightening talent. Moreover, the source of the demonic power was boundless, and its purity was comparable to the third sky of life and death realm. Because of this, she dared to say that she had full confidence in cultivating to the third sky of life and death realm. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late and couldn't make another breakthrough. The demons have come? Yi Chen wasn't surprised. With his soul power, he had long since sensed the peculiar aura fluctuations of heaven and earth. Murong Qingcheng was merely confirming it. As expected, Demon Flower Emperor faintly nodded. Chaotic demonic ocean was a blessed place for demons, allowing them to replenish their demonic power at a faster rate. The reason why they abandoned it was because the demonic human clan couldn't defend it. Moreover, since Yi Chen had taken control of Elysium, the demonic human clan already had a path of retreat. Otherwise, there would only be two outcomes if they stayed there. One was to betray Elysium and join the demons, and the other was to rather die than submit and be annihilated by the demons. Neither was what the Demon Flower Emperor wished to see. If my guess is not wrong, the ones attacking true Spirit Continent should be the demons. We have to take precautions and inform everyone. In the ancient era, there had only been one main battlefield, which was the undivided true Spirit Continent. But now there were two battlefields, the true Spirit Continent and the Sky Sword Continent. The Blood Sky Continent had been abandoned a long time ago, since it was too weak to split its power into three parts. Compared to the true Spirit Continent, the Blood Sky Continent was still a lot weaker. However, the Sky Sword Continent had the Sky Sword, which gathered all of the sword chi in the world. Sword artists fighting there would have the home advantage. Of course, if the demons and evil spirit race wanted to join hands to attack a continent, it would be impossible. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, everyone had spent countless materials and supreme-grade spirit stones to build several large-scale teleportation arrays on the two continents, which could transport them over in a split second. And Yi Chen faintly nodded and said, "Let me see how many demonic race troops there are." Right? Use your soul eyes. Demon Flower Emperor and Murong Qingcheng looked at Yi Chen, facing the direction of chaotic demonic ocean. Yi Chen's forehead suddenly split open, and a silver vertical eye appeared. In the next moment, countless phantoms appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. As far as his eyes could see, there was a boundless ocean. Soon, Yi Chen saw chaotic demonic ocean. "This is puppet battleships?" Yi Chen's expression was extremely solemn. In the sky above the chaotic demonic ocean, 400 puppet battleships were floating. These puppet battleships were hundreds of meters long, and according to the scale, each battleship could accommodate 5,000 to 6,000 people. Other than that, there were three figures outside the battleship that attracted Yi Chen's attention. One was a majestic middle-aged man who was more than 5 meters tall, and his aura was as terrifying as the ocean. The other was a bald-headed demon with a ferocious gaze, and the ferocious aura on them was almost tangible due to the special nature of the soul eyes. Yi Chen could even see countless figures struggling within the ferocious aura, as if they were ghosts that would never be reincarnated. They were mournful and fearful. The last one was a withered, yellow-haired, extremely ugly demon. When he smiled, he revealed a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. Without any reason, Yi Chen felt enmity towards this person from the bottom of his heart. Although this person's aura was not as ferocious as the bald-headed demons, his aura was extremely vicious. "What's wrong?" Demon Flower Emperor saw Yi Chen's ugly expression and asked. "Look." Yi Chen waved his hand. In the void, the power of space condensed, and a 5-colored light screen appeared. On the light screen, the scene Yi Chen saw appeared. 400 puppet battleships. This is really troublesome. Demon Flower Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. Murong Qingcheng's brows also couldn't help but crease. At that time, all her attention was on the Troll Emperor, so she didn't notice so many battleships. There's actually someone spying on us from so far away. In the chaotic demonic ocean, cursed Demon Emperor sensed something and glanced in the direction of true Spirit Continent. Someone is spying on us. They should be using some kind of treasure, right? The Lord of Fear guessed. "Humph." You're looking down on me, Cursed Demon Emperor." The Cursed Demon Emperor possessed curse power, so he was extremely sensitive to spying and even more sensitive to hostility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to live to this day unscathed. Evil haunting curse. Following the Cursed Demon Emperor's incantation, an incorporeal curse aura dispersed in the void, following Yi Chen's gaze and returning to its source. In the falling dust sword sect millions of li away, Yi Chen's head swayed slightly, and his soul eye's operation was immediately interrupted. Sensing his aura, the 5-colored light screen in the void shattered as well. The last scene was the Cursed Demon Emperor's eyes filled with malice, piercing straight into the depths of one's soul. If an ordinary person saw this gaze, they would immediately die of fear. Life and death kings without a strong mental state would also have endless nightmares, and their mental state would be exhausted. However, no matter how powerful the gaze was, it was not as powerful as a direct curse. Right now, Yi Chen was cursed. On your body. Murong Qingcheng was startled. In her vision, countless evil spirits drilled out of Yi Chen's body. These evil spirits seemed to have taken root in Yi Chen's body, wanting to devour his flesh and blood. Strangely, Murong Qingcheng could see it, but the Demon Flower Emperor couldn't. What a powerful curse power! Yi Chen activated the Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent, but it was hard to remove them. This curse power had already reached a certain level, and it was almost impossible to save the victim. Humph! Holding the demon slaughtering sword with his right hand, Yi Chen slightly pulled it out. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose as a frightening sword intent exploded from Yi Chen's body. The formless curse power was immediately shaken out, turning into nothingness. Chapter 1002. The curse is gone. The Cursed Demon Emperor could clearly sense that he had lost control of the Ghost Haunt curse. Curses were illusory and untraceable. The only thing that could remove curses was martial will. Soul power attacks were useless. Of course, apart from martial will, there were also some special treasures that could remove curses. Do you know who it is? The Lord of Fear asked. It's Yi Chen, and there's a human demon with the Dark Witch's bloodline beside him. With the feedback of the curse power, the Cursed Demon Emperor already knew who was spying on him. This demon can actually use my gaze as a channel to transmit the curse. Even with my Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent, it's difficult to remove it at once. Only by combining it with the sharp aura of the Demon Slayer sword can it be effective. Yi Chen's expression was very serious. He was not afraid of the opponent's curse, but it didn't mean that others were not. If the opponent was allowed to use it in a battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if this kind of person's strength hadn't reached the 7-star level, his threat had already reached the 7-star level. Such a powerful curse, although the Demon Flower Emperor didn't see the image of the ghost haunt just now. He could sense that Yi Chen was filled with an ominous aura. Murong Qingcheng frowned and said, "Although I don't really understand the principle of the curse, my Dark Witch's bloodline is very sensitive in this aspect. The way the curse spreads seems to be through telepathy." Yes and no. Yi Chen shook his head and said, "Telepathy is only an external phenomenon. To be more precise, curses are soul poisons that take root in the soul. There is a saying, believe it, don't believe it, don't have it. Once the curse takes root in the soul, your subconscious will believe it to be true, even if you say you don't believe it. As for the ways of transmission, there are many. As long as there is a slight connection, there is a chance of being cursed. For example, eye contact, body contact. Some people are cursed without even knowing it, but it will still be a horrifying disaster because their souls have already sunk into it without them knowing. The human world was a big dye vat, and the soul was full of dust. One day, when the soul was crystal clear and free from the dust, there would be no disasters, and the so-called curses would be nothing more than floating clouds. It was naturally impossible for Yi Chen's soul to reach this level, so he had to rely on his sword intent to expel it. This devil must be the first to die. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a fiery killing intent. He was sure that if he didn't kill the cursed demon emperor first, Elysium would fall completely. "I'll help you." Murong Qingcheng also felt that the threat of the cursed demon emperor was far greater than the other demons. The demons' invasion into Elysium was no longer a secret. All the astral reaching and above martial artists knew about it. Ocean gazing was a very small region on the border of eastern and southern regions. Nowadays, the ordinary people who had been living in ocean gazing for generations had all migrated away. Those who remained were basically astral reaching experts and Sea of Soul realm experts. Every day, a large number of astral reaching experts and Sea of Soul realm experts would rush over. The reason why so many astral reaching and Sea of Soul realm martial artists were gathered here was because this place would become a battlefield that would decide the future of Elysium. The true spirit continent was incomparably vast. If the demons wanted to take over the continent, they wouldn't be able to kill wherever they went. A mere 2 million army would be nothing more than a drop of water in the ocean. Even if they killed until the next year, they wouldn't be able to kill all the high-level martial artists of the continent. Therefore, as long as the continent decided to set the battlefield as the ocean gazing, the demons would definitely do so. Since the ancient times, the battles between Elysium and the alien races would always be set in one place. If one side was defeated, the battlefront would be stretched out until it covered the whole world. Lynch, let's see who can kill more demons this time. On top of a small hill in the ocean gazing, dozens of people were gathered. These people were from the Windy Nation, and they were not very old. Judging from their appearance, they didn't seem to be more than 30 years old. The one who spoke was Chun Haoren from the Falling Dust Swordmaster. His current cultivation had already reached the second level of life and death challenge. In the entire Windy Nation, besides the only life and death realm warrior, Yi Chun, there was only one other person who could compete with him, and that was North Snow Martial School's Lynch. If it is a battle, I might not be able to beat you. But in terms of killing, you are not as good as me. Lynch said with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Hee, that might not be the case. Zhang Haoren laughed. Hey, you two, don't treat us like we don't exist. After all, I used to be stronger than you two. Lu Han's Han, who was standing next to North Snow young Master Su Wen, said helplessly, How old are you? Why are you still fighting for this? Not far away, Zhu Mei, who was talking with a couple of women, teased her husband. The two had been married for many years. Even if they were to die, they would die together. There was no reason for them to risk their lives for others while they hid in a corner and tried to survive. Of course, there were people like that. But these cowards would live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. They would lose their dignity and the essence of a martial artist. Brother Zhang, let's have a battle as well. Let's see if you can kill more Sea of Souls realm demons, or I can kill more astral-reaching realm demons. Yi Xian walked over with a smile on his face. Zhang Haoren shook his head and said with a bit of worry, I really don't know why your brother would let you come. As a second-level life and death challenge warrior, Zhang Haoren had the ability to protect himself, so he would not be killed in a short period of time. On the other hand, Yi Xian was only at early astral reaching realm, which could be considered as cannon fodder. Allowing Yi Xian to come would not be a big deal, but Yi Xiaoxiao had also come. This little girl had never killed anyone before, so she was very kind. Yi Xian said seriously, my brother said that without the determination to die, there is no hope of winning. Hearing him, Everyone on the hill went silent. Indeed, since the demons dared to come, they must have a high chance of winning. If they did not have the determination to die, then they should not have come. They were just talking and laughing before to relieve the pressure. The determination to die. The former Emerald Prince, Zhuang Fei, raised his head and looked at the sky. Yi Chun, the little genius from back then, had left him behind since a long time ago. However, as time went by, he had matured and forgotten a lot of things. He believed that Yi Chun had forgotten him as well. Originally, they would not have any interaction in this life. However, this battle had connected them together because they were both fighting for Elysium. Leader, why don't we also compete to see who can kill more people? On the side, the former Palm Absolute, Lu Wuxiang, smiled and said to Zhuang Fei, "Sure." Zhuang Fei also smiled, his face glowing. Isn't that Sister Ji? Lu Wuxiang's gaze fell on the corner of the hill. There, a lonely figure was standing there. It was the former disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Ji Shuiyan. She had left the Emerald Martial Palace a long time ago, and no one knew where she went. Don't disturb her. Perhaps she just wants to see someone. Maybe she just wants to free herself. Zhuang Fei shook his head, stopping Lu Wuxiang from going over to greet her. Smiling bitterly, Lu Wuxiang did not go over. Zhang Haoran, Luo Hanshan, Zhu Mei, and the others also saw Ji Shuiyan. They all knew about the things that happened between Yi Chun and Ji Shuiyan. They could only sigh at the impermanence of the world. This child, after so many years, she is still alone. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing also came. Shen Yuqing's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but walk over. Snow Goose. Shen Yuqing reached out his hand and gently held Ji Shuiyan in his arms. Ji Shuiyan didn't struggle. She said with a trembling voice, "Aunt Qing, good girl, I thought I would never see you again." Shen Yuqing couldn't help but shed tears. Raising her head, Ji Shuiyan's eyes were wet. "Don't you blame me? You are still young. Speaking of which, your mother and I are also at fault. We shouldn't have arranged the engagement between you and Chen Er. If we didn't do that, you and Chen Er might have ended up together instead." Back then, Shen Yuqing was indeed very angry. He felt that Yi Chun had been humiliated. However, as time went by, all that was left were the beautiful memories. Speaking of which, Ji Shuiyan wasn't a bad person. She just did something inappropriate at the wrong time. There was no reason for her to carry that burden for the rest of her life because of one mistake. "Aunt Qing, I have already thought it through. You don't have to worry about me." Ji Shuiyan smiled. Her eyes were a little absent-minded. In her mind, images of Yi Chun kept appearing. She never knew that a 14 or 15-year-old boy could be so mature. In front of him, she was so childish. Perhaps it was because of this that she couldn't let go. "It's good that you have thought it through. Everything is in the past. Now, let's fight for Elysium together." More and more high-level warriors gathered at the ocean-gazing region. Although they weren't gathered together, waves of powerful aura still caused the clouds in the sky to change. Many of Yi Chen's acquaintances had arrived. Tuo, Baku, Li Daoxian, Bingling, Yan Qihua, Li Xiaoyan, and Jing Aoxuan from the Southern Region Martial Tea Gathering, Hai Wuya from the Sky Martial Region, as well as some people who had grudges with Yi Chen, such as Si Kongsheng. There were too many of them. They had witnessed Yi Chen's growth, and they had interacted with Yi Chun for a period of time. Whether it was grudges or hatred, everyone had temporarily forgotten about it. Right now, they were all fighting for Elysium, fighting for themselves. Buzz. In the sky, the figures of life and death kings started to appear. 1, 2, 3, more and more life and death kings appeared. Below, everyone's gazes couldn't help but fall on them. The final outcome of this battle would still be decided by the life and death kings. If the life and death kings of Elysium lost, then no matter how they struggled, they would not be able to escape the fate of being enslaved. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another 3 figures appeared, standing in front of all the life and death kings. The one in the middle seemed to have become the center of the world the moment he appeared, because everyone was paying attention to him. Even the life and death kings were no exception. He was very young, only in his early 20s. However, unknowingly, he had become the spiritual pillar of Elysium. His legendary glory made him have no choice but to shoulder the pressure of the entire world. He was Yi Chun. Chapter 1003. Yi Chun, I didn't expect that we would have the chance to fight side by side. Following Yi Chen's arrival, the kings of the younger generation appeared one after another. The one who spoke was a green-robed young man with a pair of sharp and narrow eyes and a hint of evilness. Lu Wujian, long time no see. Yi Chen smiled faintly. This person was none other than Lu Wujian of West Ocean Sword Sect. Of course, he was no longer West Ocean Sword Sect, but West Ocean Sword King. Unfortunately, Snow Sword of Gojosian is in Sky Sword Continent. Otherwise, I'd like to see who is the second sword artist of this era. Lu Wujian had already given up on the idea of competing with Yi Chun. It was not because he had lost his fighting spirit, but because he felt that he was biting off more than he could chew. Whether it was Snow Sword of Gojosian or Star Sword King, they were both stronger than him, not to mention Sword King Yi Chen, who was at the peak of his power. West Ocean Sword King, with your current strength, you are still quite lacking compared to Snow Sword of Gojosian. In the distance, Chu Zhongtian flew over with a domineering aura and laughed heartily. Oh, so it's Celestial Dipper King. Lu Wujian turned his head and sized up Chu Zhongtian. The most famous person in Elysium right now was naturally Yi Chun. Below Yi Chun were the 4 kings of the new generation. These 4 kings were Dugu Blade, King Duguju, Snow Sword of Gojosian Yi Shuihan, Celestial Dipper King Chu Zhongtian, and Bright Moon King Dantai Mingyue. Among them, Duguju's title was the surname of Dugu clan. Yi Shuihan's Marquis, Sword Snow, had changed from Marquis to King. Chu Zhongtian's previous title was Astral Spirit Son, but he didn't like his king title being Astral Spirit King, so he changed it to Celestial Dipper King. As for Dantai Mingyue's title, she took her own name. The 4 kings weren't a collective name. They only represented the first tier's new generation kings. Below the 4 kings were the second tier's new generation kings. There were quite a few of them, such as Star Sword King Wei Tianchen, Sword Formation King Bu Qingyun, Blue Phoenix King Yan Fengfeng, White Snow King Bai Wuxue, Wild Goose Sword King Lu Xiaoyu, West Ocean Sword King Lu Wujian, Sky King Jiang Tian, Demonic Blade Queen Lan Sanmei, and so on. There were simply too many of them. The first tier only had 4, while the second tier had more than 30. As long as they were geniuses who had entered the life and death realm in recent years, they would all be in these 2 tiers. Celestial Dipper King Chu Zhongtian was someone Lu Wujian didn't put in his eyes at all. However, he didn't expect that the higher his realm, the more frightening his battle strength would be. From being inconspicuous at the beginning, he had now become one of the 4 kings. Perhaps only Elysium's unrivaled Yi Chen could compare to him. Well said. Chu Zhongtian's red hair was eye-catching like a blood-colored flame. Swish, swish. Just as the 2 were talking, the white-haired Duguju and the moon-white-gowned Dantai Mingyue arrived together. After entering the life and death realm, Duguju was brimming with a frightening aura that kept strangers away. However, his eyes were clear and translucent, like a pair of blue waves. They were like a long and narrow blade that had just been washed in ice water, flickering with a cold light without any impurities. Anyone who came into contact with this cold light would immediately feel their soul being sliced apart. Dantai Mingyue, on the other hand, didn't have this kind of sharp aura. She was like the omnipresent moonlight, gentle and bright, not giving off any pressure. At the same time, no one could sense her specific location. It was as if she herself was condensed from moonlight and had no physical form. Duguju, it seems like you've already made your preparations. Yichen glanced at the two of them. Naturally, this battle will be very bitter. Any one of us can die. I hope you won't be careless. Duguju was very powerful, but compared to Chu Zhongtian, Duguju was more likely to die. This was because Chu Zhongtian possessed the evil spirit body, which gave him an extremely powerful physical defense. His protective astral yuan was also not something ordinary people could break. Yichen didn't wish for Duguju to die in this battle, which would be a huge loss for Elysium. Many thanks for the reminder. Although I've already made up my mind to die, anyone who wants to kill me will have to pay with their lives. Duguju could sense Yi Chen's sincerity, and his expression softened somewhat. Next, Sky King Jiang Tian also came. Speaking of which, Jiang Tian and the Air Emperor all had some grudges with Yi Chen, but Yi Chen didn't care about it anymore. This was not only because of the impending battle, but also because there was no need to care about those small grudges, as long as they didn't provoke him in the future. Yi Chen, the woman standing with Auntie, has been looking at you, Morong Qingcheng said to Yi Chen. I know. With Yi Chen's sensitivity to gazes, how could he not notice Ji Shuiyan? The past is like smoke, gone with the wind. Do you want to know who she is? Yi Chen didn't tell her about this. I don't want to know. Morong Qingcheng smiled and shook her head. Let's hope she can survive. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen silently flicked his finger toward Ji Shuiyan. A bean-sized blue crystal shot into Ji Shuiyan's forehead at a speed that even his soul power couldn't detect. On top of the small mountain, Ji Shuiyan seemed to be in a daze. She felt as if something had appeared in her mind, but nothing seemed to have happened. In the end, she thought it was because of the pressure. The size of the sea gazing was much smaller than the South River region. It was no more than 2 million miles wide, which was equivalent to the size of a few big countries. As time passed, more and more high-level warriors gathered at the sea gazing. From hundreds of thousands, it had increased to nearly 1 million. It was a sea of people. Meanwhile, the number of life and death kings in the sky had also exceeded 500. On the true spirit continent, there were about 100 human kings alone. Adding the newly added human kings in the recent years, there were about 120 of them. The Blood Sky continent's human kings had been divided. A small portion had entered the Sky Sword continent, and the remaining 2/3 had arrived at the true spirit continent. As for the human kings from the ocean, there were about 50 of them. Altogether, there were about 200 of them. These were the human kings. The beast kings had more than 300 of them, more than 500 life and death kings, and nearly 1 million astral reaching and Sea of Soul realm warriors were a frightening force. However, Yi Chen knew that compared to the demon race army, it was still too little. Each of the 400 puppet battleships could carry about 5,000 demons. Adding them together, it would be an army of 2 million, which was twice as much as the previous one. In the war between nations, it was not a myth to win with a small number. A sneak attack might be able to take out a large portion of the enemy's strength. However, in the war between high-level warriors, it was almost impossible to win with a small number. Trying to sneak attack would be suicide. Therefore, they could only fight fair and square, using blood to pave the way for their teammates. The young kings and the old kings all looked toward the southwest with a solemn expression. That was the direction the demon army would be coming from. 1 day passed, and no one had touched a drop of water. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The 4th day, the first to arrive were not the demons, but 2 life and death kings. If the demons want to occupy the true spirit continent, they'll have to ask me, jailer, first. The aura of these 2 was incomparably powerful, much more powerful than even Su King. Master! Prison King's face revealed an ecstatic expression. This person was none other than the leader of the prison gate, Jailer. He himself had also inherited Jailer's legacy. At the same time, some very old life and death kings recognized the 2. Of these 2, the tall and sturdy old man was the once glorious figure of the prison gate, Jailer, and the white-haired old man was the leader of the Void Gate, Void Ancestor. When they faded out of sight, it was said that they already had 6-star battle strength. Hundreds of years had passed, and their strength had not improved at all. Great! With the return of Void Ancestor and Jailer, our overall strength has increased by a lot. Through word of mouth, everyone came to know the 2's identity, especially when they found out that these 2 already had 6-star battle power hundreds of years ago. They were all extremely excited. It should be known that among them, apart from Yi Chun, who was extremely unfathomable, there was almost no one with 6-star battle power. This was what made them feel the most despair. Now that they had 2 such powerful kings, how could they not be happy? 6-star battle strength. Yi Chun looked over. In fact, everyone knew that he was not the only one with 6-star battle strength. In the past few years, Xianhou had made enormous progress. Apart from spending some of her energy on seals, she spent most of her energy on increasing her strength. Adding her realm, which had reached the peak of the first layer of life and death realm, her battle strength had already reached 6-star. Apart from that, Murong Qingcheng, who had reached the peak of the second layer of life and death realm and had the bloodline of dark, which also had 6-star battle strength. This point had been personally verified by Yi Chun. Moreover, Yi Chun didn't believe that Su King hadn't made any progress in the past few years. In a few years, Yi Chun's strength could increase by more than 10 times. For Su King to increase by 2 or 3 times wouldn't be surprising. As for the other titled monarchs with high-grade 5-star battle strength, they should also have close to 6-star battle strength. Yi Chun didn't know the exact strength of Deguju, Chu Zhongtian, and Dantai Mingyue. However, from the strength they had displayed recently, he could tell that they were all high-grade 5-star battle strength. After all, they had been in life and death realm for a year or 2. When Yi Chun entered life and death realm, he was able to defeat Su King within a year. These people's talent was only slightly inferior to his. Moreover, they were all preparing for a great battle. Your Yi Chun? Void Ancestor sized up Yi Chun at the front. Not bad. Yi Chun faintly nodded. Very good. There's finally a peerless character among the younger generation. There's still hope for this war. Void Ancestor was the previous generation's Void Sect Master, and his eyesight was extremely sharp. However, he couldn't see through Yi Chun. This meant that the latter's strength was not inferior to his, and might even surpass him. This kid can't be underestimated. Jailer also noticed that Yi Chun was different from the masses. From the fact that he could stand at the front without anyone questioning him, it was clear that everyone was convinced of his strength. This girl doesn't seem simple. Shifting their attention from Yi Chun, their gazes fell on Murong Qingcheng. Just as they were about to speak, a layer of black suddenly appeared in the horizon. It was a huge puppet battleship. As the puppet battleship appeared, a suffocating aura swept over. Chapter 1004. The demons are here. The battle had yet to begin, but a horrifying aura had already filled the air. Everyone knew that this battle was unavoidable, for the safety of their families, for the independence of Elysium, and for their descendants to not be enslaved, they could only fight. If they did, they would become sinners. In their ears, they seemed to hear the screams of their descendants. This made their hearts tighten, and their eyes turn red. Fight to the death. It was unknown who was the first to yell. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Roars of anger rang out one after another until everyone was yelling in unison. The roar of millions of high-level warriors tore apart the astonishing sky, the extreme void, and even the zenith sky started to shake. For a moment, silver lightning streaked across the sky. Hurricanes, snow, burning clouds, torrential rain, all sorts of phenomena appeared in the sky of the endless ocean. It was as if even the heavens were angry. The horrifying aura did not scare off the demon army. The huge black battleships continued to advance at a constant speed, eventually stopping at the edge of the endless ocean. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cabin doors opened, and figures flew out one after another. Among these figures, the shortest one was close to 3 meters tall, and some were more than 5 meters tall. There were even some that were more than 100 meters tall. They were not ordinary demons, but demon kings who had stepped into the life and death realm. As for their numbers, they were close to 1,000. Nearly 1,000 demon kings appeared in front of the battleships, led by 3 demons with the most powerful aura. Pung! Suddenly, a huge rhombus-shaped crystal was thrown down, creating a crater on the ground. It was a black rhombus-shaped crystal that was as big as a small island. Both sides of the crystal were wrapped in bronze metal, and the surface of the metal was engraved with countless patterns. Each time it flickered, a huge amount of demonic power would be released. After being diluted, the demonic power would turn into dense demonic chi. Almost in the blink of an eye, the surrounding 100 li had been corroded by the demonic chi. Although one could still see, it had become dark and gloomy, and even sunlight could not shine in. It was like an extremely gloomy sky that was rarely seen in 100 years. However, it was even more gloomy than a gloomy sky. Apart from demonic chi, no other natural yuan chi could exist inside. This is Yi Chun Murong Qingcheng, and the demon flower emperor narrowed their eyes. This black rhombus-shaped crystal was obviously something from the depths of the Chaos Demon Sea. They didn't expect that the other party would actually bring it over. This was turning the ocean gazing into their home field. It's really dangerous this time. The demon flower emperor said word by word, regardless of whether we have it or not, this war will be extremely dangerous. It can be said that there is only a slim chance of survival. We can only fight to the death. Taking a deep breath, Yichen calmed down. The others also noticed the black diamond-shaped crystal and the strange phenomenon caused by the crystal. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. They didn't think that the demons would do anything that wasn't good for them. Judging from the effect of the black diamond-shaped crystal, this thing would definitely allow the demons to recover their magic power faster, and they wouldn't run out of magic power. Of course, even though they had a bad premonition in their hearts, no one retreated. Before they came, they were already prepared to die. The appearance of the black rhombus-shaped crystal not only made them feel bitter in their hearts, but it also aroused their unyielding fighting spirit. It's really interesting. I actually don't feel the slightest bit of fear. The Lord of Fear was very sensitive to the fear in people's hearts. However, what surprised him was that these people didn't show any fear, as if they already had nothing to fear. This is just on the surface. When we display our overwhelming strength, they will know what fear is. The cursed demon emperor chuckled and looked around. Soon, his eyes lit up. There were actually so many beauties with extraordinary temperaments among the true spirit kings, not to mention the human demon with the dark witch's bloodline. There was also the white-clothed Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor with the Flower Demon's bloodline. There were also many others that he hadn't heard of. For example, standing next to the white-haired young man was a woman in a white gown with an ethereal temperament. Standing next to Xianhou was a green-clothed woman who was as noble as a phoenix, and there was also a blue-clothed woman standing next to the black-clothed middle-aged man. All of them were stunning beauties, and they weren't inferior to his previous confidants. In fact, they might even be superior. It wasn't in vain that I was sealed for tens of thousands of years. They really treated me well. The cursed demon emperor licked his lips and had a ferocious look on his face. Standing at the front of the crowd, Yichen focused his gaze on the troll emperor and said, "The demons have been spying on Elysium for many years. War after war, they haven't been able to defeat Elysium. This time will be no exception. If your excellency doesn't wish for the demons to suffer heavy casualties, I advise you to leave Elysium now. Otherwise, we won't rest until one of us is dead." This sentence was superfluous, but Yichen had to say it. First, it was to show the other party the determination of Elysium. Second, it was to tell the other party that even if they wanted to conquer Elysium, they would have to pay a heavy price. Won't rest until one of us is dead. Hee hee. Indeed, after this war, the demons will definitely suffer losses. However, I believe that compared to obtaining the whole of Elysium, paying a small price is worth it. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The troll emperor smiled and changed his tone. With an oppressive tone, he said, "This time, the demons, have mobilized 1,000 demon kings and 2 million demon army. If you think that you can make us hesitate with just a few words, then you are gravely mistaken. If you don't want to die without a complete corpse and ignite the whole of Elysium in the flames of war, surrender. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed." The last sentence, the troll emperor roared out with his thick demonic energy. His majestic voice was like a tsunami blowing away the lightning, hurricanes, snow, and fire clouds in the sky, as well as the torrential rain. The sky cleared up. Intense demonic energy surged over, gloomy and murderous. In Elysium, there are only kings who die in battle. There are no kings who surrender. The two elders, Void Ancestor and Jailer, took a step forward and roared together. Rumble! Merely the sound of the collision was enough to create an apocalyptic scene between the two armies. The space was like a spider web, cracking open one after another. "Very well, then all of you will die." The cursed demon emperor chuckled strangely. His laughter was like a demonic sound, penetrating through every nook and cranny. Behind the numerous demons, a black flood surged out from the puppet battleships. This was the army of demons. The lowest cultivation base was mid-astral reaching realm, and there was not a single early astral reaching realm. In other words, if not for the suppression of Elysium's rules, the lowest cultivation base of these people would be late astral reaching realm. It should be known that some of the Elysium martial artists who had come to the ocean gazing had just stepped into the astral reaching realm. As for why they didn't directly attack with the puppet battleships, it was mainly because the puppet battleships' main purpose was not to fight, but to transport. Although each puppet battleship could actually fight against several ordinary life and death kings, there were so many kings present. As long as a powerful titled monarch made a few moves, they would be able to destroy a large number of puppet battleships. This kind of loss was not something the demons wanted to bear. In any case, with their current strength, they were already able to suppress Elysium. There was really no need for them to waste the astonishingly valuable puppet battleships. Raising his right arm high, the troll emperor fiercely swung down. Kill! Clang! At the same time, Yichen had already pulled out the demon slaughtering sword. The crimson sword flickered with a bloodlight that could make one's heart palpitate. It dyed the sky blood red, and the demonic chi was annihilated. Pointing the demon-slaughtering sword forward, Yichen also roared, "Fight!" Bang! The sky shattered, and the kings of both sides rushed out like two black clouds colliding. The aura was so frightening that it couldn't be described with words. It was like the scene of doomsday. No, before the two sides even reached each other, the cursed demon emperor's eyes widened, and he fell from the sky with lifeless eyes. His life aura was completely gone, and he died instantly. Damn it! The troll emperor's eyes were filled with extreme anger. The two sides had unexpectedly joined hands to use a soul attack, instantly annihilating the soul of the cursed demon emperor. Success! Yichen heaved a sigh of relief. The cursed demon emperor was an expert in curses, and even his magic was cursed magic, which was a great threat. Therefore, before this, Yichen had already discussed with everyone, and let those who knew how to use soul attacks to attack together, annihilate the cursed demon emperor's soul. Although not all the kings of Elysium had practiced soul attack secret techniques, among the 500 people, there were still dozens of them. If dozens of people joined hands to attack, not to mention the cursed demon emperor, even Yichen would die without a doubt. This was the terror and ruthlessness of war. Being strong could not guarantee one's own safety, and it would only make one's life easier. Of course, soul attacks consumed a lot of soul power. They could still use it once, but if they used it again, everyone's condition would decline. Only Yichen, who had a strong soul power, could use it multiple times. Therefore, killing the cursed demon emperor had to be done in one go. As soon as the cursed demon emperor died, the troll emperor and the Lord of Fear emitted an astonishing murderous intent. Demons were not good at studying the soul, so among them, only 1 in 10,000 knew how to use soul attacks. However, demons were born with strong soul defense, and in a one-on-one situation, it was impossible to annihilate their souls. They did not expect that the other side would target the cursed demon emperor, and conversely, if the other side targeted them, they would definitely die. The duration of a soul attack was extremely short, and there was no time to use it a second time. As soon as the cursed demon emperor died, the two sides collided. What kind of scene was this? In just the first collision, dozens of people turned into blood mist, dying miserably on the spot. Among them were demons and Elysiums. Demons did not even lose 10 people, while Elysium lost more than 20 people. These 20 people were not ordinary martial artists, but genuine life and death kings. Normally, they could call the wind and summon the rain, enjoying great glory. But now, they were being harvested like rice straws. The cruelty of war appeared in everyone's mind for the first time. Chapter 1005. Swish, swish, blood-colored sword light crisscrossed as Yichen, who was using derailment steps, shuttled through the crowd of demon kings like a ghost. With each step, a blood-colored sword light blossomed. The weaker demon kings were directly slashed into a blood mist, dying on the spot. The stronger demon kings were also cleaved into two, their cultivation base greatly damaged. Apart from Yichen, Void Ancestor, Prison Ancestor, Mysterious Queen, and Murong Qingcheng had also killed a lot of demon kings. Void Ancestor's Void Palm was several times more powerful than Void Emperor's. With a slap, a demon king in front of him immediately turned into ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Prison Ancestor's punishment martial skill was strange and tyrannical. With a swipe of his hand, the demon king charging at him could only let out a miserable shriek before being cut into pieces. As for Mysterious Queen, her snow-filling universe had already reached perfection. Extreme freezing chi erupted, freezing dozens of meters tall demon kings into ice sculptures. As her figure passed through, The ice sculptures shattered into millions of pieces, creating an icy rain. Murong Qingcheng, this rising star of the younger generation, wasn't much inferior to them. The demonic wings on her back provided her with a frightening mobility. Her figure flickered. One moment she was still here, and the next she was already in another place. The Demon King fighting her didn't even know who the opponent was before his body exploded, and he died. However, although there were many powerful kings on Elysium's side, there were even more powerful kings on the side of the demons. Not to mention the 2 demon emperors, the Troll Emperor, and the Lord of Fear, there were more than 10 other demon kings comparable to heavenly evil demons. Just like the former 2, they had been sealed in Elysium for a long time. Their true cultivation base was at the 6th layer of life and death realm. After being suppressed by 2 layers, they were at the 4th layer, which was equivalent to the 6-star battle strength of Elysium. Like a bulldozer, the 2 demon emperors and dozens of heavenly evil demon kings charged forward like a hot knife through butter. Wherever they went, the kings of Elysium were turned into blood mists, leaving not even their bones behind. Kill. The red-haired Chu Zhongtian seemed to have gone berserk. He didn't dodge or evade, and instead exchanged punches with the 2 demon kings in front of him. It was a battle of life for life. Eventually, relying on his unusual protective astral yuan and evil spirit body, he blew up the 2 demon kings. As for himself, half of his head had caved in, and a large chunk of flesh had been torn out of his chest. Duguju's situation was even worse than Chu Zhongtian's. His opponents were 3 demon kings, and one of them was not much weaker than him. Fighting 1 against 3, Duguju was pushed back again and again. The wounds on his body kept increasing, and his undying body didn't even have enough time to recover. "Ha ha, Duguju, don't you die so early." A long spear suddenly stabbed out, nailing into a demon king's head. It was Bai Minghui. Although he was laughing, tears were streaming down his face. Just a second ago, his grandfather had been torn into pieces by 2 demon kings in order to save him. Before he died, he had even dragged another demon king down with him. Bai Minghui's anger had made him explode continuously. After killing the last demon king, he saw that Duguju was in danger, so he didn't care that he only had half of his body left. He rushed over and stabbed his spear through his opponent's head. Boom! With only half of his body left, he was simply too weak and was turned into a blood mist by a demon king who was passing by. "You have to live. Kill these sons of bitches." Bai Minghui's voice disappeared. "Ah!" Duguju roared into the sky as blue veins popped out on his forehead like small snakes. The white hair on his head started to dance in the air as well. The anger and the extreme madness had pushed him to explode with even more potential. He combined with his blade and drilled into a demon king's chest before coming out from the back. Blood splashed everywhere. My life no longer belongs to me anymore. The pain on Duguju's face was hidden deep down, and all that was left was killing. The battle taking place in the sky left everyone on the ground in shock and grief. Too many of them had died. They had been the most respected existences in Elysium, the kings of men and the kings of demons. For Elysium, for their children and grandchildren, they had no complaints, and they had never retreated. Even if they died, they would drag their opponents down with them. The demon army surged forward like a tidal wave, boundless like a swarm of locusts. If 1,000 demon army and 500 Elysium kings were like 2 dark clouds colliding, then the charge of 2 million demon army and 1 million Elysium army was like 2 oceans colliding. The ground was shaking, the wind was howling, and lightning was flying everywhere. It was a scene of doomsday. Kill. The 2 sides quickly approached each other, and the army at the very front had already started fighting across the sky. The whistling force was like 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time, and it was also like a storm was approaching. Bang, 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 bang. Chi explosion sounds resounded in the sky as countless black dots fell down. Each black dot represented the loss of a life. At this moment, human lives were like grass. Finally, the two armies collided. Blood flowed like a river, and blood surged into the sky. Die! A huge lizard shadow appeared behind Tuobaku's back. It waved its tail, and a couple of demons were blown away. With a swipe of its claw, another couple of demons were dismembered. There were a lot of strangers fighting alongside him, but there were also a lot of people he was familiar with, such as the geniuses from the Hidden Dragon rank and the friends he had made over the years. Each of them had forgotten everything, and only had the demons in their eyes. Besides the human race, the demi-demon race, the demi-beast race, and the demi-beast race had also joined the battle. They could all transform into human form, which was the benefit of the Blood Skyland's shape-shifting pellet. The pellet not only allowed them to transform into human form, but also gave them intelligence that was not inferior to humans, which made them willing to fight for the Elysium. Unfortunately, they were only a small part of the demi-beast race. There were even more demi-beasts scattered around the world. Apart from some of them with extremely high potential, most of them did not have enough intelligence. They only fought for their own territories and did not know what the Elysium was or what it meant when the nest was overturned. There would be no eggs left intact. Haha, too weak, too weak. Even if we are being suppressed by the Elysium, one of us can still fight against 10 of them. A demon with demonic bloodline grabbed a human astral-reaching realm warrior and bit him hard. Bastard! A couple of astral-reaching realm warriors with red eyes rushed up, wanting to avenge their comrades. Overestimating yourselves. The demon threw out the dead body of the astral-reaching realm warrior. Boom! The body exploded in the air, turning into countless blood arrows. A couple of astral-reaching realm warriors who had rushed up were pierced by the blood arrows, dying on the spot. Shoo! All of a sudden, a beam of sword light pierced through the demon's forehead. It was Lung Xinghan who had attacked. His eyes were extremely cold. After killing the demon, he did not even look at it as he went to look for another opponent. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid. They are all bastards. What is there to be afraid of? After killing a demon, Yi Xian turned his head and said to Yi Xiao Xiao, who had a pale face, "Second brother, be careful." Just as Yi Xian turned around, a demon charged over, a huge axe attacking toward his head. Seeing that the axe was about to fall, Yi Xiao Xiao suddenly stomped on the ground with her feet, turning into a beam of light and shooting out. Dang! The axe was blown away, and Yi Xiao Xiao flew back with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yi Xian, who had just reacted, shook his wrist, and countless sword flowers covered the opponent. The next second, this sneak-attacking demon fell down with blood all over his body. Good job! Yi Xian gave Yi Xiao Xiao a thumbs up, feeling a lingering fear. The battle had only been going on for a while, but Elysium had already lost nearly 100 life and death kings. The losses of the demons were also unexpectedly high, reaching more than 60. Many of them had been killed by the kings of Elysium. Yi Chen alone had killed more than a dozen demon kings. In such a chaotic scene, being powerful didn't mean that one could kill a lot of enemies. After all, as one attacked an enemy, there would be even more enemies attacking one. If not for Yi Chen's extremely powerful soul power, which allowed him to multitask, and if not for his quick reaction, which allowed him to dodge in time, he would have been injured by now. As time passed, the number of casualties started to decrease. The main reason was that the situation was not that chaotic anymore. Everyone was far away from each other, so they would not get involved. With a glance, Yi Chen noticed the Troll Emperor. His opponent was actually Morong Qingcheng. With the demon wings, Although Murong Qingcheng would not be captured immediately, she would still be in danger. Leave him to me. His body shifting in the void, Yichen appeared in front of Murong Qingcheng and said, "All right." Murong Qingcheng also did not hesitate. With a flap of the demon wings, she instantly disappeared from her spot, courting death. Just as he was about to capture Murong Qingcheng, Yichen ruined his plan. The Troll Emperor roared. His fist seemed like it had been compressed by 10 huge mountains. With one punch, everything in the world flowed in reverse. Even the spatial power could not bear this fist aura. Countless spatial fragments shot toward Yi Chun like multicolored streamers. Yi Chun shuttled through the multicolored streamers like a hot knife through butter. These streamers were shattered by a layer of golden light when they were just a meter away from Yi Chun. The golden light was emitting from the demon slaughtering sword in Yi Chen's hand. Unknowingly, the sword had enlarged by several times, turning into a huge golden sword. The huge golden sword was unstoppable. Just the sword aura alone was enough to form a frightening golden light. Boom! The fist and the huge golden sword collided, and a huge black hole appeared between the two. The power spread to the depths of the void, like a volcanic eruption. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chun was sent flying. As expected, he has 7-star combat power. Yi Chun instantly judged his opponent's combat power. He actually managed to block it. Although the Troll Emperor did not spit out blood, he still took dozens of steps back. His fist felt numb. Yi Chen's sword had a strong vibrational power, making his right arm feel a little weak. His eyes were extremely sharp. Yi Chen knew that his opponent this time was not the same as before. If he did not use all his strength, it was very likely that he would die. It should be known that the sword just now was not an ordinary sword technique, but the third style of the vibrational sword art, the Sky Absolute Sword. Previously, the Sky Absolute Sword had only been integrated with the Profound of Earth. Now, it had been perfectly integrated, becoming a top profound sword technique. Chapter 1006. Very good. I finally found an opponent who can barely fight me. Killing those ants is too boring. In a short period of time, the Troll Emperor had killed 15 kings of Elysium. If not for Murong Qingcheng attracting his attention, this number would have been much higher. To him, those who couldn't block one of his punches were ants. Although killing ants was easy, killing too many of them wouldn't satisfy him. If he wanted to kill a peerless figure like Yi Chun. Killing one Yi Chun was more useful than killing 10 or 20 ordinary kings. He might even be able to destroy the faith of the people of Elysium. Killing ants like demons is also very boring. After killing you, this war should end faster. Yi Chen's thoughts were the same as the Troll Emperor's. In a battlefield, the role of a general was extremely important. Not only was he the commander, but he was also the spiritual pillar of the soldiers. If the general died, the morale would definitely be greatly affected. Kill me? What a joke. I want to see how you will kill me. The Troll Emperor laughed loudly. His undying body was at the blood rebirth realm, and his magical power was boundless. Even if an ordinary person killed him 10 times, he would be able to recover again. Although his current strength hadn't recovered to the peak of the past, and was only at the early stage of 7-star, even a middle stage 7-star wouldn't be able to kill him. In fact, they would be tortured to death by him. Take my troll-killing fist. While his laughter was still echoing, the Troll Emperor had already charged over and punched. The pitch-black fist filled the sky and rapidly enlarged in Yi Chen's eyes. I haven't figured out his strength yet. It's better not to use Instant of Glory for now. Instant of Glory was Yi Chen's greatest trump card. In the past 2 years, Yi Chen had made great progress in Instant of Glory. However, If he revealed his trump card in advance, it would only make his opponent vigilant. Either he didn't use Instant of Glory, or once he used it, he had to obtain sufficient results. After all, with his opponent's strength, Instant of Glory wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. Pop! His body lightly leaped up, and the demon's slaughtering sword in his hand slashed from bottom to top, left to right. This slash was like a dream. As the sword edge streaked across the sky, the space rippled like water. At the same time, the tip of the demon's slaughtering sword suddenly lit up, creating a golden water ripple in the void. The water rippled and welcomed the pitch-black fist. The fourth move of the Autumn Water Sword technique, Autumn Water. Rumble. The power of the Troll Emperor's fist was unstoppable, but this water-like sword chi was not only flexible and condensed, but it was also indestructible. It gathered the essence of the metal and water attributes and effectively fused them together. On the pitch-black fist, countless golden splashes exploded, and each splash was not inferior to a cut of sword chi. While Yi Chun and the Troll Emperor were fighting, the others had also found their opponents. The Void Ancestor's opponent was another Demon Emperor-level character, the Lord of Fear. Although the Lord of Fear's strength was not as good as the Troll Emperor, he still had the battle power of a 6-star overlord. The Void Ancestor fought with him for dozens of rounds, and was immediately beaten to the point of vomiting blood and being battered. Invincible Void Battle Technique. With a low roar, the aura of the Void Ancestor skyrocketed, as if he had eaten a great tonic. Secret Battle Technique. The Lord of Fear didn't think much of it. The opponent's strength was much lower than his. Even if he used a secret battle technique, it would be no more than a cornered beast struggle. Unless the opponent used a peak-level secret battle technique. Only then could it pose a threat to the Lord of Fear. Clearly, peak-level secret battle techniques were not cabbages. Moreover, they were extremely difficult to cultivate. Out of 100 people, there might not even be one who could successfully cultivate it. As a 6-star king at the same level as the Void Ancestor, Jailer was fighting 2 4th-layer life and Death Realm Demon Kings, which were 6-star devils. It was not that he was being arrogant, but that he had no other choice. If he didn't hold up one more Kings of Elysium would die. At that time, the gap in numbers would grow larger and larger, and he would no longer be facing 1 or 2 enemies, but 3, 5, or even 10. In fact, he wasn't the only one doing this. The others were doing the same. For example, Murong Qingcheng, relying on the flexibility of her demon wings, was holding up 3 6-star devils by herself, while Xianhou was holding up 2. Su King's strength was barely at the 6-star level, but he was also holding up a 6-star devil that was stronger than him. Even with his 6-step spirit body, he was still being beaten miserably and could only rely on the space profound to continuously evade and counterattack. Even so, the 4 of them were only holding up 8 6-star devils. There were still a few that were still wantonly slaughtering. Nobody could stop them. Space Realm. At the crucial moment, the Air Emperor stood up and used his space profound to trap a 6-star devil. His battle strength was not much weaker than Su King's, so he could hold on for a while. But if the battle dragged on, he would die without a doubt. This was all thanks to his research on Space Profound, which focused on sealing and trapping. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for a while. I, Chu Zhongtian, will fight you. Seeing the number of life and death kings on his side decreasing rapidly, Chu Zhongtian roared and charged at a 6-star devil by himself, courting death. This 6-star devil was an old demon with pitch-black scales all over his body. He had seen Chu Zhongtian's previous battle and knew that he was several times weaker than him. Rip! A right claw flickering with a cold light suddenly waved out. The old demons instantly broke through Chu Zhongtian's protective astral yuan and left a deep claw mark on his body. too weak. A few ribs appeared in the old demon's hand, which belonged to Chu Zhongtian. Puff! Chu Zhongtian spurted out a huge amount of blood, along with pieces of his internal organs. Die! The old demon's body art was extremely fast. Like a ghost, he flickered around Chu Zhongtian's surroundings. Chu Zhongtian's attacks were all dodged by him. All of a sudden, a puff sound was heard as Chu Zhongtian's chest was pierced through. The old demon's 2-meter-long right arm pierced through Chu Zhongtian's back, holding a heart. If we die, let's die together. Chu Zhongtian tightly locked onto the old demon's arm as a dark red crystal light erupted from his body. It was a sign of self-detonation. It was unknown where he had learned this self-detonation secret art from. You die, but I won't die. The old demon's right arm suddenly shook, and countless bloody holes appeared on Chu Zhongtian's body. Blood splashed out, and the dark red crystal light flickered before disappearing. As for Chu Zhongtian's body, his flesh had been destroyed to the point that he couldn't even self-detonate. His Zhenyuan was in chaos. Swish! At this moment, a sharp sword pierced through the old demon's chest. The next moment, the old demon's exploded into a blood mist, and half of it was minced into nothingness. Looking at where the sword had come from, the source was actually Yi Chun. Yi Chen's direct opponent seemed to be the Troll Emperor alone, but in fact, he had been multitasking. While fighting with the Troll Emperor, he had been using the defensive sword art to attack the nearby demon kings. That sword just now was not the Earth Fiend sword art, but the 9 return to 1 sword art, which was even more exquisite than the Earth Fiend sword art. The 9 return to 1 sword art required the defensive sword art to reach the level of 81 swords at the same time, and the power of the 81 swords was concentrated on 1 sword. Although the Earth Fiend sword art could also reach this level after absorbing enough Earth Essence Evil Chi, it still needed time to accumulate. The 9 return to 1 sword art did not have this weakness. Of course, the main reason why the old demons could be heavily injured with 1 sword was because Chu Zhongtian had locked onto him in an instant. Otherwise, the old demons could have blocked a little, and his body would not have exploded. Leave the 6-star devil to me. Don't die so soon. Yi Chen's voice came from the flying sword. Thank you. The injuries on Chu Zhongtian's body had already healed. After swallowing a pill, he immediately flashed away from the place. Damn it! The blood mist gathered again as the old demon man opened his mouth and roared. This sword attack contained an extremely powerful destruction sword intent. He could feel that every bit of his flesh and blood was being destroyed by the destruction sword intent. Right now, his power had dropped by more than 30%, and half of his energy was used to expel the destruction sword intent. The sharp sword turned around and attacked the old demons again. Pung, pung, pung. The old demons, who had lost a lot of strength, was being attacked by the sharp sword. He dodged everywhere, but the sword marks on his body were still increasing, making him look like a bloody man. You dare to split your attention in front of me? The Troll Emperor's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Any of his punches could kill a normal 6-star king. All of a sudden, the fist shadows were like mountains, whistling towards Yi Chun. Moment of glory. Yi Chun did not dare to be hit by so many fist shadows. With the opponent's strength, he could easily injure him in an instant. With the demon-slaying sword in hand, Yi Chun flew up and rushed towards the opponent. The next second, the tip of the demon-slaying sword shone with a bright light. This light was like the moment when a star exploded and everything was forcefully frozen. This is the Troll Emperor only had time to say 1 sentence before he could not move anymore. Right now, the moment of glory was not the same as before. Its range had reached hundreds of meters, and everything within that range was frozen. Even the fierce fist shadows were frozen in the air. Chi, the demon-slaying sword, touched the center of the Troll Emperor's eyebrows, and after a slight resistance, it pierced through. Boom! A strong light exploded, and the Troll Emperor's head exploded into pieces. However, what made Yi Chen's heart heavy was that this sword had only destroyed the Troll Emperor's head, and it did not affect other parts of his body. This meant that the opponent's magic power and physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. Die! The Troll Emperor woke up a moment earlier than Yi Chen had expected. Although he did not have a head, his voice still came out, and his fist landed on Yi Chen's chest. Puff! His body shattered, and Yi Chen's entire body turned into a bloody mist that spread out in a fan shape. Yi Chen! Morong Qingcheng screamed. Yi Chen had not reached the realm of blood rebirth, and being turned into a bloody mist with one punch meant that he would definitely die. As if she had gone crazy, Morong Qingcheng rushed in that direction. But in that moment of distraction, the 3-6-star devil that she had entangled with attacked her body together. In the distance, Xuanho's face was pale, without a trace of blood. Yi Chen and Morong Qingcheng were facing a disaster at the same time. Was Elysium really going to fall? Chapter 1007. Yi Chen is dead. It was not only Xuanho who had noticed this scene. Besides Xuanho, the other life and death realm warriors who were battling with the demons seemed to have sensed something as well, looking over from afar. Although they were very far away, and logically speaking, the commotion here should not have caught their attention. But they still looked over. Using their soul power, they saw the Troll Emperor and the blood mist in front of the Troll Emperor. He is dead. What should we do? He is a peerless martial genius, a legend of this era. How can he die? Everyone was screaming in their minds. They were not afraid of sacrificing themselves, and they were not afraid of death. At the critical moment, they could die together with the demons. But they were afraid of not seeing hope, of not seeing the dawn of victory. Chener, big brother. Yi Tianhao, Shan Yuqing, and Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao, who were battling, felt a pain in their hearts. It was as if they had lost something, as if the most important thing was leaving them. All of a sudden, a roar resounded through the sky. Yi Chen, I know you are not dead yet, and no one can kill you. Even if you are dead, you better come back to life. Otherwise, how can you step on my Duguju's head? You are a person destined to be glorious. Duguju's eyes shone with a horrifying light, and blue veins popped out on his face. With each blade attack, he would roar out. Each blade attack was heavier and fiercer than the previous one. His opponents, the two demons, were shocked. Duguju had reached his limit and broken it at the same time. They could barely handle the first blade attack, but the second one, they had no choice but to back out. The third one, their bodies started to be dyed with blood. It seemed like something had happened that had made him extremely angry. Am I dead? Is this all I can do? The murmuring voice reverberated in the surreal space. At first, it was very weak, like the sound of wind. The Troll Emperor's pupils shrank. Using his soul power to sense, he was sure that every inch of Yi Chen's flesh and blood had been smashed by him, turning into a thin blood mist. Even that indestructible armor didn't have a single bit of flesh and blood, only blood. So where did this sound come from? I'm not dead yet. Even if I die, I will crawl out of hell and return to the human world. Immortal sword intent rebuilt my body. The weak voice became extremely powerful. In the end, it resonated with space. An undying and inextinguishable radiance blossomed, pervading the bloody mist. Hua! The blood mist gathered again, and a figure condensed. Great! Morong Qingcheng didn't die either. The 3-6-star demon's combined attack seemed to be powerful, but in fact, they only used 30 to 40% of their power. The Troll Emperor had told them before that they could only injure Morong Qingcheng, but not kill her. Right now, seeing Yi Chen's figure appear, Morong Qingcheng smiled and cried. Not dead? Great. But this doesn't seem to be the blood rebirth state. Yi Chen's resurrection made Xianhou feel relieved, but at the same time, she was confused. Although the method that Yi Chen used to condense his body was similar to the blood rebirth state, in her eyes, it was completely different. The blood rebirth state required the will of the blood to pull each other and quickly reassemble according to memory. Although there was will in Yi Chen's blood, it was not to the point of pulling each other. The reason why he could condense his body was because Yi Chen used his powerful immortal sword intent to force all the blood together. After all, these blood were all Yi Chen's. Once they were gathered together, they immediately sensed each other and automatically rearranged themselves. However, this was Yi Chen. Ordinary people who hadn't reached the blood rebirth state would not be able to be reborn even if someone helped them to condense their blood, because their core will had already dissipated, and the fragmented will was not strong enough. I knew you wouldn't die. Only like this is you. Duguju laughed loudly, his white hair fluttering in the wind. I have to say, you just completed a miracle. Although I have heard of such things, I have never seen it. You have broadened my horizons. The Troll Emperor recovered from the shock and said coldly, Hell didn't accept me, so I had to come back. I have to thank you for that punch. I seem to have gained some understanding of the blood rebirth state. Reaching the blood rebirth state was not something that could be done in a day, no matter how talented one was. It was impossible to reach it in a few years. Although Yi Chen was at the peak of the flesh derivation state before, it would take him at least 2 or 3 years to successfully break through. Now, he had a feeling that every cell in his body had condensed enough will. Although these will were not as strong as the core, they were still at the 3rd or 4th level. Don't thank me so early. You will still die soon. The dead don't need to thank the living. The Troll Emperor didn't think that the resurrected Yi Chen could do anything. If he could kill Yi Chen once, he could do it again. As for the Troll Emperor, it wouldn't matter even if he was killed 10 times. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. As he spoke, Yi Chen sent a voice transmission to Morong Qingcheng. It seems that you don't have enough confidence in me. Fight with all your heart. Don't worry about me. Even if I die 10 times, I won't die so easily. Got it. Morong Qingcheng was in a very good mood. The moment Yi Chen died, she felt like she had died too. Now that Yi Chen came back to life, every inch of her body was cheering and excited. A new power rose in her body, and the previous heavy injuries disappeared. Not good. She has completely activated the dark witch bloodline. The 3 6-star devils opposite Morong Qingcheng smiled bitterly. The dark witch bloodline was an extremely noble bloodline among the demons. Once this bloodline was activated, the power it produced was unparalleled. Although this power couldn't be transformed into actual strength for a while, it would accompany her for the rest of her life. Moreover, it would produce an inexplicable pressure on the demons whose bloodline was lower than hers. Fortunately, the other party didn't just have the dark witch bloodline. There was also the human bloodline. If it was the real dark witch, they probably wouldn't have the courage to attack her. Let's start again. Yi Chen's eyes were as clear as the sky. This was the kind of eyes that understood life and death. Annoying eyes. The Troll Emperor shouted in a low voice. The surrounding space cracked inch by inch. His whole body turned into a black hurricane, sweeping toward Yi Chen. Wherever he went, the shadows of his fists filled the air. Boom! The sky shook. The two figures kept crossing each other. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 100 blows. Wait, his attack didn't increase. Why is he still unharmed? The more the Troll Emperor fought, the more he felt that something was wrong. Yi Chen's combat power was much weaker than his, but the other party could receive his attacks without a scratch. Is it willpower? Willpower protection? After exchanging more than 10 blows, the Troll Emperor finally understood. The other party had willpower protection. That willpower was immortal willpower. Most of his attacks would be neutralized. You guessed correctly. Yi Chen's voice echoed. Then let's see whether your willpower is stronger or my magic power is stronger. The Troll Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had decided that even if he had to pay a certain price, he would take care of the other. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what level the latter could reach. It should be known that once the willpower protection reached an extremely obvious level, it meant that the willpower had reached the 8th step. There was a huge gap between the 8th and 7th step. Countless people had been stuck below the 8th step, and he was no exception. The Troll Emperor's guess was right. Yi Chen's immortal sword intent had indeed advanced from the peak of the 6th step to the early 7th step, which was equivalent to an ordinary 8th step sword intent. At the moment of life and death, the unwillingness in Yi Chen's heart had turned into the immortal power, allowing the immortal sword intent to surpass the destruction sword intent for the first time. After the advancement, the immortal sword intent wouldn't be much more powerful than the destruction sword intent in terms of offense. However, in terms of defense, it was unparalleled. He only needed to slightly activate the immortal sword spirit, and a layer of immortal sword intent would appear on the surface of his body. Without exaggeration, even if he didn't use his protective Zhen Yuan, no king below 6 stars would be able to injure him. Yi Chen's side had turned the situation around, but the other places were getting more and more difficult. The demon kings of the demons were twice as many as the kings of Elysium. Basically, each of the kings of Elysium was fighting 1 against 2. In the short term, they might be able to hold on, but as time went on, some of the kings started to fall. Meanwhile, the demon kings of the demons who had killed their opponents would become a new source of strength, helping the other demon kings to kill their opponents. If this was considered the worst, then there was something even worse. The few 6-star devils who had no opponents started to kill people like flies. Wherever they went, there would be kings falling without any suspense. If no one stopped them, then Elysium would fall sooner or later. After all, there was only one Yi Chen. Let's die together. Knowing that they were going to die for sure, the kings of Elysium kept dying together with their enemies. However, the sad thing was that only 3 or 4 out of 10 times would succeed. I, Xia Hozuan, am not willing to accept this. If there is a next life, I will definitely wash the demons with blood. There were already a couple of king warriors who had died, and now there was one more. Xia Hozuan from the Surreal Martial School had been shattered into pieces by 2 demon kings. Su King was extremely sad. Yi Chen, this is my last sword attack. Please take a look. Lu Xiaoyu, who had just paid a huge price to kill his opponent, did not look sad or happy. His flesh and blood were evaporating as that endless power gathered into the great sword in his hand. Then, he threw out a sword attack toward the incoming 6-star devil. Swoosh! The treasured sword pierced through Lu Xiaoyu's body, but Lu Xiaoyu was also smashed into pieces, vanishing without a trace. You managed to break through my protective demon power? Unbelievable! This 6-star devil had killed quite a lot of king warriors of Elysium. That sword attack from Lu Xiaoyu had made him feel a huge threat. It was something that could not be explained at all, since the latter's battling power was only at the early stage of 5-star, and that sword attack was obviously 10 times more powerful than before. I saw it. At this moment, your sword art has surpassed mine. Yi Chen's heart was heavy. That sword attack from Lu Xiaoyu was burning his life force. Even if he was not killed by the six-star devil, he would not be able to live for long. It was the last dedication of a sword artist, and also his last contribution to the sword art. Chapter 1008. If the battles between king warriors could be described as brutal, then the battles between high-level warriors could only be described as human lives are like grass. Thousands of people were dying at every second. In just 1 hour, the number of casualties on both sides had already reached 200,000. Emperor Realm-Shattering Fist. A huge amount of red and yellow fist power shot out, and all the demons caught in the fist power exploded and died. The one who had thrown out the fist power was none other than Jing Aoshuan. After Yi Chen and the group of people had all reached life and death realm, Jing Aoshuan, Li Xiaoyun, and the others had become invincible beings below life and death realm. Right now, Jing Aoshuan had already reached the peak of the third layer of life and death challenge, and her power was not much weaker than normal life and death realm warriors. She alone had killed almost 100 demons. This girl is too arrogant. Let's kill her together. Jing Aoshuan's power had attracted the attention of the powerful demons. Soon, 7 first life and death realm demons had surrounded Jing Aoshuan. These 7 demons were actually at the same cultivation level as Jing Aoshuan, but because of the suppression of Elysium's rules, they had dropped to the first layer of life and death challenge. Kill. The 7 demons joined hands to attack Jing Aoshuan. Chi flows spread out, blowing up sand and stones. After dozens of rounds, Jing Aoshuan killed 5 demons with her absolute power. However, she had also been hit by the remaining 2 demons, falling down to the ground. Demon Power Fist. The demons who were good at fist arts performed their demons' martial arts, throwing out a punch toward Jing Aoshuan's head. Right at this moment, an invisible barrier blocked the punch. Not far away, 2 people appeared. One was Li Xiaoyun, and the other was his girlfriend, Serenity. Just now, it was indeed Serenity who had formed a protective layer with her mind power, saving Jing Aoshuan from death. Jing Aoshuan, don't be careless. As he spoke, Li Xiaoyun's figure flickered, and the iron fan in his hand turned into countless shadows. With a bang, the demons that had been chasing after Jing Aoshuan were torn into pieces. As for the other demons, Serenity's were all drilled into its head. Thanks a lot. Jing Aoshuan was panting heavily. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that she had consumed too much energy, the 7 devils wouldn't have been a threat to her. Li Xiaoyun sighed. We haven't killed enough. The demons are way more powerful than us in terms of average power and endurance. On the Elysium side, there seemed to be 1 million troops, which was half of the demons, but their real power was probably less than 1/3 of the demons. Among the demons, the lowest cultivation was at mid-astral reaching realm, and it was still under the effect of being suppressed. On the other hand, among the Elysium warriors, the lowest cultivation was at early astral reaching realm. Perhaps the Elysium warriors could use the advantage of their martial arts to make up for the difference, but as time went on, everyone would start to get tired, and their Zhenyuan would be consumed quite a bit as well. They would not be able to compete with the demons, whose life force was higher than theirs. Then let's keep killing. Slightly calming down, Jing Aoshuan's body flashed, flying toward the place with the most demons. You Xian, perhaps we will die, but at the last moment of our lives, I am already satisfied to have you with me. Li Xiaoyun looked at Serenity with deep emotion. Serenity touched Li Xiaoyun's face. Me too. During the battle with the demons, Serenity was a bit absent-minded. She kept turning her head to look at the sky, thinking to herself, why are they not here yet? Hurry up. Sword Snake spell. Sword Dragon spell. Big Dipper 7-star spell. On the battlefield, there was a group of people that attracted a lot of attention. They were the people of the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School. Individually, they might not be that powerful, but they could set up a sword spell and kill their enemies with it. Among them, the Sword Snake spell required 33 people to set up, the Sword Dragon spell required 42 people, and the most powerful Big Dipper 7-star spell required 49 people. At first glance, there were more than 10 Sword Snake spells, 7 Sword Dragon spells, and 2 Big Dipper 7-star spell. With the sword spell, they could usually fight against 2 or 3 demons at once. No matter how many demons there were, they would all be shattered by the power of the spell. They were invincible and unstoppable. Even some of the first-level life and death challenge demons had died under the Big Dipper 7-star spell. What a powerful sword spell! With this spell, the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School's name will spread across the world and become the #1 sword martial school. A lot of the surrounding warriors had a whole new level of respect for the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School. In the past, although the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School was famous, it was only because of Yi Chun. Yi Chun alone could make up for an entire martial school. Without Yi Chun, the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School would only be a normal rank 6 martial school. But now, with the sword spell, even if Yi Chun was not there, the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School would still be a top rank 6 martial school. This should be the sword spell created by the Sword King Yi Chun, right? Only he could be this talented and bring the sword art to a new height. It is not just limited to sword arts. Some people guessed. Chun, or sword spell, is indeed useful. Within one of the Big Dipper 7-star spell, the warriors who had set it up were all at the Sea of Souls realm, with Yi Tianhao as the eye of the spell. Right then, Yi Tianhao said to Shun Yuqing with a smile. Unfortunately, the more powerful 8 trigram extermination sword spell could not be set up. Shun Yuqing's brows were constantly furrowed. Their side had always been successful, but a lot of people had died in other places. The Fallen Dust Sword Martial School had also lost 3 Sword Snake spells and 1 Sword Dragon spell. 8 trigram extermination sword spell. Even with Chin'er's explanation, it is still too profound. Yi Tianhao sighed at the fact that the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School's foundation was still too shallow. If they were given another 10 years, the overall power of the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School would definitely double. If it were 100 years, the power of the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School might even increase by 10 times. 42, 43. Although Zhang Haoran was a member of the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School, his path had already been decided. Therefore, he did not train in sword arts and only used his bare hands to kill the demons. Lynch, how many have you killed? From far away, Zhang Haoran's voice came to Lynch's ears. 50. After splitting the bodies of the 3 demons, Lynch continued. Now it's 53. Damn, looks like I have to work harder. Zhang Haoran's fighting spirit did not decrease. Instead, it increased. He and Lynch were not purely competing. Instead, they were using the competition to make themselves forget about fatigue. Jie Dai, after killing Lu Xiaoyu, the 6-star devil, was invincible. Even the sky-splitting Spear Emperor and the Mountain Sovereign could not stop him. In just a short while, he was killed on the spot. At this point, there were only about 200 kings left in Elysium, while the demons still had more than 700 demon kings. The gap had widened to 3 times. On the other side, Pu, a sharp sword pierced through the air. The 6-star demons finally could not regenerate anymore and died. He's finally dead. Yi Chun, who was fighting with the Troll Emperor, heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he was about to kill the old demons, but at the crucial moment, the Troll Emperor destroyed his body with a punch, allowing the old demons to escape. After recovering, Yi Chun continued to use the 9-in-1 swordsmanship to chase after the old demons. No matter how far the old demons ran, he could not get rid of him. Even if you kill 1 or 2 more, What's the use? The Troll Emperor's attacks were like a thunderstorm. During this period, he did not forget to use words to attack Yi Chen's confidence. At least we haven't lost yet. Yi Chen tried his best to block the Troll Emperor's attacks. Then you can only watch as everyone dies. The Troll Emperor's eyes were cold. To be honest, the fact that Elysium could fight until now was more or less out of his expectation. However, since it had reached this point, there was no need to think about anything else. The demons still had more than 700 demon kings, which was enough to crush the kings of Elysium. Are we really going to die? Yi Chen could not help but glance in the direction of the dragon god celestial palace. If senior sister Su Jing did not come now, then when would she come? In the endless void, there was a spherical space. Roar. A sonorous dragon roar burst out, and the surging space power in the void seemed to have condensed. In the next moment, a golden figure flew out of the spherical space, as fast as a golden light. Junior brother Yi, I'm here. Wearing a golden robe and a head full of soft long hair, Su Jing's eyes were golden, and her face was smooth and flawless. A faint golden halo could be seen amidst her pure white skin. Her entire body was filled with a frightening power that caused the void to tremble. Anyone standing in front of her would feel very small. Swish! With a flash of golden light, Su Jing disappeared without a trace. The ocean gazing was a mess. Black shadows were clashing with each other like tides, leaving behind endless blood and wreckage. The entire true spirit continent could feel and hear the bitter aura. Vaguely, everyone on the battlefield seemed to hear the roar of a dragon. They did not think much of it, thinking that it was an illusion. After fighting for so long, they were already extremely tired. Hallucinating was very normal. Dying in an illusion was also a good thing. At least, it would not be so painful. Roar. The dragon roar, which was 10 times louder than before, continued. No, it's not an illusion. It's a real dragon roar. Many transformed demonic beasts felt their knees go soft. This was the instinctive reaction of a lower being facing a higher being. Rumble. Endless golden light exploded, and the entire sky seemed to have turned golden. Amidst the blood clouds condensed from blood chi, a huge golden figure of unknown length was swimming at high speed. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Wherever it went, the blood clouds were dispersed. By the time the sky cleared up, that huge figure had already disappeared. That's a divine dragon. Some transformed demonic beasts' faces shone with a devout light. Even a divine dragon had come to participate in the battle. Why would they be afraid of death? On the ocean, near the ocean gazing, the kings were fighting unceasingly. Basically, each king of Elysium had to face 3 demon kings. I can die without regrets. A smile appeared on Yan Fengfeng's face. Up until now, she had already killed 6 demon kings. Her body ignited with a blue flame, and she was about to meet her death. Bang! A few thousand li-long dragon, with pure golden light all over its body, swam over. Its speed was indescribable. By the time Yan Fengfeng came back to her senses, the 4 demon kings around her had already disappeared, as if they had never existed in the first place. This kind of scene happened frequently. Everyone could see a huge dragon shuttling between them. In a short period of time, dozens of demon kings had died under the dragon's attack. They did not know how powerful the dragon was, but they knew that in terms of group killing ability, even Yi Chen and the Troll Emperor could not compare. Just that several thousand li-long body of hers could scare people silly. Chapter 1009. This is a giant dragon. Void, Ancestor, and Jailer's eyes went wide. They had also heard of the legends of giant dragons. Since ancient times, although there weren't many who had seen a giant dragon, there were many records regarding them. According to the legends, once a giant dragon matured, it would become a demonic king. Even the weakest among them would be 10 times stronger than life and death kings of the same realm. Their strength could knock down stars, and their claws were comparable to divine weapons. Their scales were equivalent to supreme great armors. Their dragon breath had the power to destroy everything, and their dragon might could even slow down the enemy's movements. The weak ones couldn't even move. Giant dragons were creatures at the apex of the chain of life. In Elysium's legends, only phoenixes that could rise from the ashes could compare to giant dragons. But in terms of strength, phoenixes were inferior to giant dragons. Void Ancestor and Jailer had never imagined that Elysium would have a living giant dragon. Moreover, this giant dragon had clearly reached the demonic king realm. Finally here, Xianhou felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Although Su Jing's arrival didn't mean that they could turn defeat into victory, they had at least gained a powerful new force. Relying on a woman's intuition, Murong Qingchen vaguely guessed that this giant dragon that had suddenly appeared was Su Jing, whom she had never met before. She was Yi Chen's senior sister in Sky Cloud sect. Giant golden dragon, what a strange identity. Murong Qingchen retracted her gaze, no longer being distracted. Ha ha, the giant golden dragon is on our side. There's hope for this war. With Yi Chun and the giant golden dragon, victory will be ours. Su Jing's addition greatly boosted the morale of Elysium's side. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, becoming incomparably vigorous. Many of them even broke through their limits and advanced a step further. Senior Sister Su Jing, you are finally here. Yi Chen smacked his lips as he looked at the golden dragon that was thousands of miles long. He had never imagined that a true dragon would be so huge. Back in the dragon transformation pool, Su Jing was only a dozen meters long. But now, a single eye of hers was the size of a mountain. Junior brother Yi, I didn't expect the situation here to be so bad. If I had known, I would have left the dragon transformation pool earlier. Su Jing's voice rang out in Yi Chen's mind. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. It's not too late to come now. I'll leave the 6-star devil to you. Once you kill them, our chances of winning will increase by 10 to 20%. Now is not the time for nonsense, Yi Chen continued. All right. Su Jing's huge body swam around, and she charged toward the nearest 6-star demon king. Along the way, she got rid of a dozen demon kings who couldn't dodge in time. I don't care if you are a dragon or not. Take my spear. The 6-star devil that was closest to Su Jing was 3 meters tall and had a dozen bone spikes on his back. When he saw the golden dragon swimming towards him, he was shocked at first. Then, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. This ferocious expression was too deliberate. It gave people a feeling that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It was obvious that he was frightened by the identity of the golden dragon. Poof! Bang! The dark light of the spear cut through the sky and pierced through the dragon scales on the golden dragon's body. Immediately, golden blood spurted out from the wound like a golden river. At the same time, the golden dragon's claws sent the other party flying. He spat out 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood, and his body was almost destroyed. Ha! The so-called golden dragon is just SOSO. Although he was more seriously injured, the 6-star devil laughed out loud. The defense of the golden dragon's dragon scales wasn't as high as he had imagined. It couldn't reach the level of a top-grade defensive armor. Is that so? Golden blood spurted out like a river, but Su Jing didn't care about it at all. This bit of blood was only a drop in the ocean to her body that was several thousand kilometers long, and it wasn't worth mentioning. But one couldn't help but notice that this huge body was indeed invincible when dealing with weak demon kings, but it was a bit of a hindrance when dealing with a 6-star demon king. It wasn't that agile when dodging, and she was completely a live target. Then let's become smaller. The golden light condensed, and Su Jing's body shrank rapidly. From thousands of miles long, she was only a few dozen meters long. The dragon scales that were as big as a lake had shrunk to the size of a bowl. Although her body had shrunk, the light that she emitted was even more intense. It was like a golden flame. Kill. With a flash of black light, the devil stabbed with his spear again. Ding! The result was completely different from the last time. The dark spear only left a shallow mark on the dragon scales. It couldn't break through the defense at all. It seemed that the smaller the body, the higher the defense of the dragon scales. Impossible. As if he didn't believe that he couldn't break through the opponent's defense, the devil exerted all his strength and stabbed with his spear again. The sharp spear light was like a cutting machine, cutting through the golden dragon scales. But the result was the same. He still couldn't break through the defense. Now it's my turn. Opening her dragon mouth, Su Jing spat out a ball of dazzling golden light at the devil. Boom! The intense light exploded, and more than half of the devil's body was vaporized. At the crucial moment, the devil's spear sliced through the golden light and was only hit by half of it. Too strong. Run! Su Jing's strength caused fear to rise in the devil's heart. Her defense was comparable to a peak-grade, low-grade armor, and her offense far surpassed his. How could he fight against her? Humph, you think you can escape? After shrinking, although Su Jing's speed had decreased, she was still terrifyingly fast. In just a few breaths, she caught up to the devil and lashed out with her tail. Pung! The speed of the tail was too fast. The devil was forcefully smashed apart, turning into a blood mist. Regather my body! A furious roar rang out as the blood mist condensed. How could Su Jing give her opponent the chance to condense a physical body? She opened her dragon mouth, and a dazzling light wave rushed into the blood mist. With a rumbling sound, all the blood mist evaporated, as if it had never existed. Too strong. This is the might of a giant dragon. Many devil kings were shocked. In the records, giant dragons had no weaknesses. When they were large, they could destroy an entire continent. When they were small, the defense of their dragon scales would reach the limit, comparable to a peak-grade defensive armor. Other than that, the giant dragon's dragon breath was extremely destructive. Those weaker than the giant dragon might be instantly killed by the dragon breath. As expected of a giant dragon, Yi Chen saw all this and was inwardly shocked by the giant dragon's destructive power. The Troll Emperor frowned and sent a soul message to the other devil kings. Don't be scared by her destructive power. Her true combat power is only at the peak of 6-star. Surround her and kill her. The Troll Emperor's eyes were sharp. Although Su Jing had easily killed a 6-star devil, it didn't mean that she was so powerful. The giant dragon's strength lay in its overwhelming power. Anyone weaker than her would be easily killed. In other words, a king whose strength was higher than the giant dragon might not be as fast as the giant dragon when killing weaker kings. However, if they were to fight against the giant dragon would definitely not be its opponent. Yeah, even if her defense is comparable to a peak-grade armor. So what? As long as we attack together, even a peak-grade armor will be broken. After all, the Troll Emperor was a demon emperor. What he said definitely made sense. After receiving the order, the Devil Kings gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. There were more than 30 of them. The 2 Devil Kings in the lead were 6-star devils. Before, their hands were stained with the blood of many kings of Elysium. Now, They planned to stain their hands with the dragon's blood. Kill! Without any words, the 30 Devil Kings attacked Su Jing together. Violent air currents crisscrossed and shrouded the tens of meters long body of the giant dragon. Unable to dodge all the attacks, sparks flew on Su Jing's body. From time to time, golden blood droplets would splatter out. This was a sign of the dragon's scales being broken. If one hammer couldn't smash a rock, one more hammer might shatter the rock. With 30 Devil Kings attacking together, even the Troll Emperor and Yi Chen would have to retreat. They could only resort to guerrilla warfare or simply escape. Although the giant dragon was a creature with no weaknesses, it couldn't withstand a group of Devil Kings. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. A strong fighting spirit burst out from Su Jing's eyes. Her dragon body actually started to expand, reaching the length of thousands of miles. Then, ignoring the attacks of the other party, she clawed at one of the Devil Kings. This Devil King's strength was only around 4-star. He was grabbed by the dragon claw. The 2 dragon fingers were like mountains, easily crushing him into pieces. However, there were also countless wounds on Su Jing's body. Some of the wounds were thousands of meters long. Pale golden blood spurted out, like the water of the heavenly river flowing backward. Next, Su Jing's eyes were cold and emotionless. The reason why she enlarged her body was to exchange injuries with the other party, compared to before. Although the defense of the dragon scales was weaker, the huge dragon body covered up this weakness. She could use light injuries to exchange for the lives of 30 Devil Kings. Poof! Another Devil King was crushed to death. Let's see how long you can last. A 6-star Demon King found an opportunity and threw a light ball of magical power that had been compressed countless times into the wound of the giant dragon. Rumble! The magic light ball exploded inside. The destructive power was dozens of times stronger than before. The wound that was originally thousands of meters long expanded to dozens of miles. Even the dragon's bones could be seen. 9th, 10th. Su Jing didn't seem to feel any pain. A golden dragon breath was spewed out, and several Devil Kings were vaporized into nothingness. At this moment, the Troll Emperor sent a voice transmission to some Devil Kings, another 30. Hearing this, 30 Devil Kings rushed over. Not good. Yi Chen's expression changed. The power of the giant dragon had no weaknesses. She could indeed fight against many as long as there weren't demons stronger than her. However, if 50 Devil Kings joined forces, Su Jing might really be killed. The giant dragon's body was huge. Although it could reduce serious injuries to minor injuries, it also meant that she would become a live target. Senior Sister Su Jing, come over here. Yi Chen hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Su Jing. Su Jing didn't doubt him. Her huge body endured countless attacks and slithered toward Yi Chen, spraying countless amounts of golden dragon blood along the way. Chapter 10:10. The Wolf King, come out. Yi Chen abruptly patted the beast tag hanging on his waist. A wolf howl was heard, and a scarlet-haired demonic wolf with eyes on its forehead scuttled out. The current dream-eating wolf was a demonic king, and its demonic power was incomparably vigorous, even more majestic than Yi Chen's Shenyuan. After devouring a supreme grade demonic power crystal, the dream-eating wolf's demonic power cultivation base had long since surpassed 20,000 years. After all, once a demonic beast entered life and death realm, its cultivation base would far surpass that of a human, not to mention a demonic beast like the dream-eating wolf, which had already gone extinct in Elysium. Of course, this was also related to the dream-eating wolf's powerful soul and proficiency in dreamland power. Otherwise, its cultivation base wouldn't have increased so quickly. Grow bigger. Yi Chen ordered the dream-eating wolf. Yes, the dream-eating wolf spoke human language, and its body rapidly grew as if it was filled with air, reaching dozens of li in height and 100 li in length. This was not the true body of the dream-eating wolf, as its real body was not this big. However, after reaching life and death realm, both demonic beasts and humans could grow bigger. For example, Yichen could also grow bigger. Although it was impossible for him to reach thousands of li like Su Jing, it was still possible for him to grow to dozens of li. However, such growth required a vigorous cultivation base. With Yi Chen's cultivation base, his Zhenyuan would be diluted if he grew to dozens of li, and he wouldn't be able to display its original might. The dream-eating wolf's cultivation base had already surpassed 20,000 years. At such a huge size, its strength would drop by at least 30%, but its attack range would increase by countless folds. Without Yi Chen's command, the pond-sized eyes on the dream-eating wolf's forehead opened, and a boundless dim light spread out towards Su Jing's direction. In a split second, the 50 demon kings chasing Su Jing were all shrouded by the dim light. In the next moment, apart from a few with powerful wills, the rest of the 50 demon kings' eyes turned sluggish as they fell into a dreamland. Senior Sister Su Jing, quickly kill them. Yi Chen made a prompt decision. Su Jing's eyes brightened as she turned her body and swooped back. Not good. Giant Devil Emperor finally understood Yi Chen's plan. He didn't expect that Yi Chen had also subdued a beast wolf king proficient in dreamland abilities. This kind of dreamland ability might not be very powerful in battle, but its auxiliary effects were incomparable. It was a great killing weapon in group battles. As long as one's will was not up to par, they would fall into dreamland and be unable to extricate themselves. By the time they woke up, it would be too late. Roar! The Troll Emperor roared, and his 5-meter-tall body expanded, turning into a 100-mile-tall super troll. Compared to the Troll Emperor, Su Jing's dragon body was longer, but it wasn't as thick as the Troll Emperor's. It was just like a slightly larger python. Get lost! The pitch-black fist was dozens of miles wide, and it filled the heavens and earth. It sent Yi Chen flying. The Troll Emperor took a step forward, ignoring the distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, and chased after Su Jing. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow, and Su Jing's speed wasn't any slower than his. Puffed, 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 puffed. In an instant, more than 30 demon kings were smashed to pieces. Su Jing's huge dragon body was invincible in group battles. The demon kings that were hit by her were like praying mantises under a wheel, easily crushed to death. Soon, the Troll Emperor caught up with Su Jing, grabbed Su Jing's dragon body, and tore it apart. A soul-stirring scene happened. Su Jing's 1,000-mile-long dragon body was torn in two, and a river of dragon blood gushed out, sprinkling on the Troll Emperor's body. Merciless water and fire! With the protection of the Immortal sword intent, Yi Chen was unharmed. Seeing Su Jing's dragon body being torn apart, a burning killing intent flashed in his eyes. Raising the demon-slaughtering sword high, Yi Chen gathered his Zhenyuan and slashed at the Troll Emperor from afar. Among all of Yi Chen's sword techniques, the merciless water and fire had the longest range. Even if you were at the edge of the sky, you would still be cut down by the sword. The green sword curtain was hundreds of thousands of miles long, and with a flash, the Troll Emperor was split in two. The destructive sword light evaporated a lot of the Troll Emperor's demonic power. Whoosh! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Jing's dragon body quickly shrunk, becoming hundreds of meters long. Like a small earthworm on a giant palm, it broke free from the Troll Emperor's control and then connected together. This demon's demonic power is many times denser than my dragon power. To kill him, even if all of us join hands, we might not be able to do it. With a flash of golden light, Su Jing appeared next to Yi Chen, a trace of worry on her face. The Troll Emperor's demonic power was too terrifying. She was a golden dragon. And the reason why she could become thousands of miles long was because of the dragon's unique ability, not because she had that much dragon power. Therefore, once she became too big, her strength would drop a lot. However, the Troll Emperor had become hundreds of miles tall, but his strength did not drop much. It could be seen that the opponent's demonic power had reached an uncontrollable level. Among humans, the only one who can compete with him in terms of cultivation base is probably Senior Yuan Emperor. Yi Chen had a deep understanding of this point. After fighting for such a long time, the opponent's demonic power was estimated to be less than 1%. If this continued, he would die without a doubt, unless he was like Senior Yuan Emperor, who was born with a Dharma body and endless Zhen Yuan. The Wolf King. How many times can you use your Dreamland ability? The Dream-Eating Wolf's title was the Wolf King. As Yi Chen's trump card, Yi Chen only released it now because he had his own plans. The Wolf King's Dreamland ability was indeed very powerful, but it consumed too much demonic power and soul power. Demonic power was fine, but soul power was something that everyone lacked. The Wolf King spoke human language. It depends on the situation. Under normal circumstances, I can use it about 3 times. If it's like just now, expanding the range to the extreme, I can only use it once. After that, I will only have a trace of soul power left, and I will even lose basic combat power. I will need to sleep for a long time to recover completely. Only once. Yi Chen frowned. If the Dream-Eating Wolf's ability was used well, it could greatly reduce the gap between him and the enemy. If it was not used well, it would only be a waste of opportunity. It seems like I can only give it a try. Turning his head, Yi Chen said to Su Jing and the Wolf King, I will hold off the Troll Emperor. You two don't separate. I will let the others gather with you. Then Yi Chen spread his soul power to the dozens of Elysium kings nearby. Everyone, gather around the Wolf King. Also, you guys send a soul message. Yi Chen's soul power had a limited range. Some kings had already fought millions of miles away, so soul messages couldn't reach them. He could only send them one by one. Gather over there. What's going on? Although they didn't know what Yi Chen was planning, everyone was exhausted. 1 against 3 wasn't a joke. Although their undying bodies could let them hold on for a while, they would still die after a long time. After all, in the past, they could choose to escape if they couldn't beat their opponents. But now, if they tried to escape, it would be the same as running away. Therefore, when they heard Yi Chen telling them to go over, they all became spirited. While sending a soul message to the others, they quickly ran away. Chase. They were so close to killing their opponents. How could these demon kings let them escape? They chased after them crazily. Space tunnel. It was not easy for the Air Emperor to keep a 6-star devil occupied for so long with the strength of a 5-star tyrant. Seeing that the world of space was about to collapse, he waved his right hand, and a tunnel made of space energy appeared behind him. Entering the tunnel, the Air Emperor appeared near the Wolf King and Su Jing. Brilliance of realm. Xuanho's space, profound martial arts were more profound than the Air Emperor's. A mirror appeared in front of her, and Xuanho's figure was reflected in it. In the next moment, her body disappeared and appeared in the mirror. The mirror shot out a 5-colored light beam, sending Xuanho far away. PFFF. The Void Ancestor had been beaten up by the Lord of Fear to the point where he didn't even look human. At this moment, he was at the end of his rope. Without thinking, his body started to turn ethereal, and he used a void escape art to escape in the direction of the Wolf King. Don't even think about escaping. The Lord of Fear was a bit angry. His strength was much higher than his opponent, and it was already very humiliating for him to not be able to take down his opponent. How could he watch him escape? Eye of Fear. The Lord of Fear's forehead split open, and a black eyeball floated out. With a poof, a black brilliance shot out and accurately hit the void ancestor's ethereal body. Ah! Half of his body collapsed, and the void ancestor screamed. Fortunately, he forcefully changed his trajectory, and he wasn't completely annihilated. Don't even think about it. How could the Troll Emperor not know what Yi Chun was planning? His body instantly turned from hundreds of miles tall to hundreds of miles tall, and he punched out. Behind him, another Troll Emperor actually appeared, and it charged toward the Wolf King and Su Jing. I'm afraid it won't go as you wish. A sharp sword appeared out of nowhere, and it blocked the Troll Emperor's clone. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's sword faced the Troll Emperor's main body, and the two sides started fighting again. Gradually, one after another, the kings of Elysium gathered together. The number went from dozens to more than 100, and there were still some people rushing over. I'll make a move first. Murong Qingcheng single-handedly entangled the 3 six-star devils, and it played a huge role. However, her strength was only at the mid-stage of the 6-star devils. After all, to be able to entangle the opponents, she had to rely on the mobility provided by the devil wings. With a violent flap of the devil wings, Murong Qingcheng turned into a black dot, and she disappeared into the distance. In the end, the number of kings that gathered around the Wolf King reached about 200. This was basically the only kings left. Opposite them, the demons had also gathered together. There were about 600 of them, which was more than 3 times their number. Leading them was the Lord of Fear and 10 six-star devils. As for the Troll Emperor, he was entangled by Yi Chun. This was Yi Chen's plan. He would drag the Troll Emperor far away, and then use the large-scale dream ability of the Wolf King to make the Demon Kings with low willpower fall into a dream. This way, the strength of both sides would be reduced to a limit. If the Troll Emperor rushed over, this plan wouldn't work. With the strong willpower and terrifying boundless magic of the Troll Emperor, he could resist all of them by himself. As for joining forces to cast soul attacks, it wouldn't work now. Everyone's soul power had been consumed to a critical point since the start of the battle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to last until now. Chapter 10-11. Everyone, be careful of that Wolf King. He has a dreamscape ability, and those with willpower below the 7th order will fall into his dreamscape. The range of his dreamscape is over 250,000 li. The Troll Emperor's thoughts were meticulous. The Wolf King had only used his dreamscape ability once, and he had already analyzed the pros and cons. 250,000 li? Retreat. Hearing this, the Demon Kings hurriedly retreated, widening the distance between them to 400,000 li. This distance was already very far, and any further, and they would not be able to sense each other. My innate ability can create a thought shielding field with a radius of 10 meters. It can cancel out dreamscape abilities. Stay close to me. Although dreamscape abilities were strange, there were many strange abilities in the outside world. In the outside world, there were even more strange abilities than dreamscape abilities. However, this did not mean that these abilities had no natural enemies. After some people suffered a loss, they would use these abilities to research secret arts to counter them. In addition, there were also people with innate abilities that could resist dreamscape abilities. It's actually dreamscape ability against dreamscape abilities. If one's willpower is not high enough, the soul defense layer is useless. This is because the soul defense layer is also constructed from soul force, and the essence is unchanged. Only willpower secret arts can work. Willpower secret arts were even rarer than soul secret arts. Willpower originated from the soul, but it had no definite relationship with the soul. Using willpower to shield dreamscape abilities could protect the soul from being affected. For a moment, the Demon Kings were thinking of ways to deal with it. On Elysium's side, the Wolf King said to everyone, "My dreamscape ability has a range of 350,000 li, but the further the distance, the smaller the effect. At 350,000 li, only those with late sixth order willpower and below will be affected. At 300,000 li, those with peak sixth order willpower and below will be affected. At 250,000 li, those with seventh order willpower and below will be affected. This is the optimal distance. Any closer and it will be impossible to surpass." "How long will the dreamscape be?" Jailer asked. "It depends on the level of willpower. At 250,000 li, peak sixth order willpower will fall for about 2 breaths. Late sixth order willpower will fall for 5 breaths. Mid sixth order willpower will fall for 9 breaths. Of course, if the other party is attacked, they will wake up immediately. Although dreamscape abilities could make people fall, don't forget that everyone had immortal bodies. Even if they fell into a dreamscape and were attacked, they would not die immediately. Among everyone, only Su Jing had the ability to kill a Demon King in an instant. The others would probably have to attack many times to kill a Demon King. Therefore, both Su Jing and the Wolf King were crucial. Demon Kings in Dreamscape would wake up immediately after being attacked and would not be given a second chance. Those with peak sixth order willpower are hard to kill. 2 breaths is too short. We won't be able to get there in time. It seems that killing 100 Demon Kings is already our limit." Xianhou said after pondering for a while. The Demon Flower Emperor frowned. They seem to know the Wolf King's ability. Once the Wolf King gets close to them, he will definitely be attacked. "No worries. I have a way to let the Wolf King go over safely and come back at any time," Xianhou said confidently. "All right, I almost forgot that you're proficient in Space Profound." The Demon Flower Emperor nodded. Xuanhou's research on Space Profound was varied. Although some of it could not be used in battle, at a crucial moment, it could be used to reverse the situation. Taking a deep breath, Xianhou said to everyone, "Everyone, remember, when I say move, we will advance together. When I say attack, we will attack together. If the timing is good, we might be able to eliminate a large number of Demon Kings in one go." "Okay, we'll listen to you. With so many Demon Kings, we should eliminate as many as we can. I didn't expect the Sword King to have a Wolf King who is proficient in Dreamscape ability. From the start of the battle until now, Yi Chen's role was unquestionable. If he did not entangle the Troll Emperor, this battle would have been lost long ago. Now, there was the addition of the Wolf King. This made everyone secretly sigh at Yi Chen's unfathomable strength. At the same time, they were all overjoyed. "The Wolf King, get ready." Xianhou secretly told the Wolf King some details. "I'm ready." The Wolf King nodded, his eyes fixed forward. Xianhou did not speak. Her hands formed seals at a dreamy speed. Because the speed was too fast, at a glance, it would seem that her fingers were not moving at all. Behind the dream-eating wolf, a mirror suddenly appeared. The mirror reflected the Wolf King's figure. The next moment, the Wolf King suddenly appeared in the mirror. Immediately, the mirror radiated brilliance, and a 5-colored light beam ejected the Wolf King. The speed of light was 300,000 meters, which was 600,000 kilometers. It was several times faster than the speed of anyone present in the void. It almost exceeded everyone's reaction time. About 200,000 kilometers ahead, the Dream Wolf King's figure appeared. Not good. The Demon Kings were shocked. In their line of sight, endless light gushed over. They had no time to react. Kill him. Although there were not many Demon Kings with willpower at the 7th step, there were still dozens of them. These dozens of Demon Kings were still very clear-headed. They joined forces and attacked the Wolf King. However, just as they were about to attack, they discovered that a mirror had appeared in front of the Dream Wolf King. The mirror reflected the Dream Wolf King. And then, just like before, the Dream Wolf King was sent back in the form of a multicolored beam of light. Their attacks didn't even harm a hair on the Dream Wolf King's body. Move. The moment the mirror appeared, Xianhou instantly transmitted her voice. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone from Elysium broke through the space and rapidly shuttled through the void. After 2 breaths, the space shattered, and everyone appeared at a place only tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Demon Kings. Attack! In the void, everyone had already prepared their ultimate move. The moment they appeared, they attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Saber light, sword chi, palm shadows, leg shadows, fist energy. More than 200 attacks flew out. At this time, the Demon Kings, whose willpower had reached the peak of the 6th step, had just woken up. However, they clearly had no time to prepare their attacks. They only felt that as soon as they woke up, countless attacks bombarded them. Although these attacks were not as fast as light, it only took an instant for them to cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As for those dozens of Demon Kings who had not fallen into the dreamland, how could they block so many attacks? They were not the Troll Emperor. If they were the Troll Emperor, he could completely enlarge his body and fight against everyone from Elysium. With his boundless mana, he could completely do this. At most, he would lose half of his mana, but it was impossible for him to die. Pu. In the blink of an eye, 60 to 70 Demon Kings exploded, turning into blood mist. Before this blood mist could condense, it was evaporated into nothingness. The combined attack of over 200 kings was no joke. These attacks stacked together, and the quantitative change resulted in a qualitative change. It was like a massive star exploding in the midst of the Demon Kings, radiating boundless light and heat. Roar! This was not the end. A dragon's roar suddenly came from the sky. A golden dragon that was thousands of kilometers long appeared tens of thousands of kilometers in front of the Demon Kings. The dragon opened its mouth, and a dazzling light wave that was like a small sun shot out. In the next moment, another 30 Demon Kings were evaporated by the light wave. The chaotic force caused all the surviving Demon Kings to be stunned, and they could not tell which direction was which. Retreat. Su Anho was not greedy. If they continued to attack at this time, they might be able to kill more Demon Kings, but it would put everyone in danger. Once these Demon Kings woke up, they would definitely have many casualties. After all, there were more than 600 Demon Kings. Killing around 100 meant that there would be more than 500 of them. With the combined attack of more than 500 Demon Kings, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Including Su Jing, everyone from Elysium flew back, increasing the distance between them. Killed 100 Demon Kings. Not bad. Yi Chen nodded slightly when he saw all of this. He did not think that the Wolf King could turn the tables with his dream world ability. This was impossible. The difference in numbers between the two sides was too great. If they wanted to turn the tables, it would be impossible to do it with just one Wolf King, unless there were 3 or 4 Wolf Kings. Of course, if there were 3 or 4 Su Jingyas, they could also turn the tables. Unfortunately, they did not have them. Good, very good. The Lord of Fear's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. About 100 Demon Kings had been annihilated in front of his eyes. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Back then, they had failed because Elysium had people who were absolutely powerful. For example, people like the Yuan Emperor, who had the combat power of a 7-star pinnacle. Now, be it in terms of numbers or powerhouses, They far surpassed their opponents. However, they did not expect that they would still be in such a miserable state. Out of 1,000 demon kings, there were only about 500 left, which was a loss of almost half of their forces. On the other hand, Elysium had only lost about 300 people. Of course, he also knew that there were 3 reasons for this result. The first reason was that Yi Chen's combat power was too terrifying. Although he was not as good as the Troll Emperor, he could hold off the Troll Emperor. The second reason was the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon was a headache in terms of defense, size, and lethality. In a group battle, it was even more useful than Yi Chen. The third reason was the Wolf King, who was proficient in the ability of dreams. Although he did not kill a single demon king, more than 100 demon kings had died because of him. At this time, the Lord of Fear secretly cursed the cursed demon emperor. He should not have died so early. If the cursed demon emperor had not died with the power of his curse, he could have cursed most people. If he had not died, this battle would have ended long ago. How could so many demon kings have died? However, he did not expect that the other party would target the cursed demon emperor. It could only be said that they were too careless. The result of carelessness was that the direction of the situation had become confusing. Very good. I did not expect you to be so tenacious. This is indeed beyond my expectations, said the Troll Emperor, who was held back by Yi Chen as he punched away Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. However, your ending has long been decided. No matter how much you struggle, it is useless. Taking a deep breath, the Troll Emperor transmitted his voice. Use the puppet warships and join forces to kill them. Use the puppet warships? The Lord of Fear also felt that there was no need to worry about the puppet warships being damaged. They had already lost enough demon kings. If they did not use the puppet warships, although they still had a 99% chance of winning, how many demon kings would be left by then? The faces of the people of Elysium suddenly turned pale. In the distance, puppet warships of 700 to 800 meters long flew over like a moving dark cloud. Chapter 10:12. The land of extreme negative energy was located between the misty snow region and the wavy cloud region. There was a stoneman formation in this place. In the past, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng had entered the underground world from this place. Rumble! The stoneman formation, which was made up of many stone men, suddenly started to move. These stone men kept moving like stars or like 2 invisible giants, using the stone men as chess pieces. In the blink of an eye, the stoneman formation had changed hundreds of times. After a few blinks of an eye, the stoneman formation had changed beyond recognition. The moment the stone golem formation stopped moving, a vast ripple spread out. Then, a transparent light formation appeared above the stone golem formation. The light formation covered an area of several dozen li, and there were people standing on the surface of the light formation. At a rough glance, there were at least 100,000 of them, and the 100 or so people in the lead did not have powerful auras. However, when they opened and closed their eyes, there seemed to be stars appearing and disappearing, and all sorts of mysterious trajectories could be seen. Elysium is in danger. Everyone, it's time for us to do our part. Standing at the front was a white-haired old man. He wore a simple robe, and his hair was draped over his shoulders. He held a wooden staff in his hand, and at the end of the staff there was a huge sky-blue gem. Since ancient times, every time Elysium faced a calamity, our underground race has never been absent. This time is no exception. In order to prevent Elysium from being enslaved, don't show any mercy. Now let's show those humans on the surface how powerful our will is and how magical our will attacks are. Let's go. The brown-robed old man standing next to the white-haired old man waved his hand and shouted, "Whoosh!" As soon as the brown-robed old man finished his words, the light formation gradually turned illusory. In the next moment, the huge light formation, carrying more than 100,000 people, disappeared into the void. These puppet battleships should be at the same level as the puppet sex battleships from 5,000 years ago. However, back then, the puppet sect only managed to develop 3 battleships, but there are 400 of them here. The puppet school had long since been submerged in the river of time, but the puppets they had left behind were still impressive. It was said that the sect-protecting battleship of the puppet school could fight against several normal kings. If it was given time to accumulate energy, it could kill a peak king in one shot. Of course, this was just pure power. A peak king would not just stand there and let it kill them, but it also reflected the destructive power of the battleship. Forget it. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight to the death. Since we can't defend Elysium, I, the Void Ancestor, am willing to fight to the death. I believe that the spirits of our ancestors in heaven won't blame us too much. The Void Ancestor's expression calmed down, his eyes filled with the resolution of certain death. The time given to us is too short, and the time given to those geniuses is also too short. They haven't grown strong enough yet. Although the internal conflict can make them stronger and cultivate a real Gu King, time waits for no man. Jailer glanced at Yi Chun and sighed. The latter was undoubtedly a peerless character of this era. If he had enough time, he would not be weaker than Yuan Emperor and the others. If they had known that the foreign race's calamity would come so soon, they wouldn't have minded making Elysium more chaotic. Perhaps it would have helped the geniuses grow faster. One should know that a person as powerful as Yuan Emperor could fight against hundreds of kings. They could use guerrilla warfare to kill batch after batch of enemies until all of them were dead. It's not too late. As long as we can hold on until the underground race arrives, we still have hope. Shinho looked at the sky. The underground race. Yes, but we don't know if the current underground race is strong enough. Otherwise, it would just be a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. There weren't many people who knew about the underground race. The underground race didn't want too many people to know about their existence. They had always been mysterious. The puppet warships were moving very fast. The dazzling blue flame at their tail gave them a strong, driving force. Inside each puppet warship, there were dozens of demons. They were either controlling the direction and driving force of the warship, or controlling the puppet cannons at the front and sides of the warship. They had a clear division of labor. You still have a chance to surrender now. We, the demons, actually don't want to kill wantonly. We are even willing to govern Elysium together with you. However, if you are stubborn, then don't blame us, the demons, for not giving you a chance. One of the 6-star devils said. Pui, Chu Zhongtian spat on the ground. You want us to surrender? What a joke. If we govern together, I'm afraid we will become your puppets. My master has already sacrificed himself. I, Chu Zhongtian, am not a coward who is afraid of death. If you want to take over Elysium, you have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, don't even think about it. In Elysium, there are only kings who die in battle. There are no kings who surrender. I would like to see how tough your puppet warships are. Can they withstand my hammer? You want us to surrender? Dream on. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The death of more than 300 kings didn't make the remaining people timid. Now, they were in a killing frenzy. The only thing on their minds was how to survive and kill more enemies. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kill them all. The Lord of Fear was more inclined to kill this group of people. Kill all those who dared to resist in Elysium. Only by killing all those who resisted could they take over Elysium more smoothly. Shio, 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 shio. The demon kings and the puppet warships advanced rapidly. The cannons of the puppet warships were already flickering with different colors. That was a sign that the cannons were about to be fired. Don't give the puppet warships the chance to accumulate energy. Charge! Now, the people of Elysium had been forced to the edge of a cliff. If they took a step back, they would be in the abyss. If they took a step forward, they would be facing countless enemies. They might as well fight to the death. None of them fled. None of them retreated. All of them executed their movement techniques and pounced forward from all angles. Some of them faced the puppet warships above, while some faced the demon kings. All of them were emitting a tragic aura as though they were facing death calmly. Their eyes were filled with madness and terrifying calmness. Kill! The Lord of Fear was the first to charge at the Void Ancestor. The Lord of Fear had never killed a living person. The other party was no exception. Boom, boom, boom. The battle began once again. The moment it started, it entered a white-hot stage. It was several times more tragic than before. After a few breaths, more than 100 puppet warships had accumulated energy. Beams of different colors shot out, interweaving into a web of death. The Elysium demon kings that were hit by these beams of light died instantly. Although most of them didn't die, they were sent flying or had half their bodies shattered. They were then easily killed by the demon kings that rushed over. The situation was one-sided. Break! Duguju gripped his saber with both hands and swung it down heavily. Whoosh! A pale white saber light sliced through the sky. 3 puppet warships were cleaved into 2. Another 2 puppet warships were sent flying by the aftershocks of the saber light. Their surfaces were flickering. Essence of the realm, reincarnation. Mysterious Queen's eyes were cold. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and many mirrors were born in the void. These mirrors absorbed any energy that was reflected on them, and then shot out beams of colorful light towards the puppet battleships in the sky. For a moment, there were puppet battleships exploding from time to time, like huge fireworks blooming. Moreover, as long as these mirrors existed, they would continue to absorb energy and attack. Every attack was equivalent to the full force of a titled monarch. The results were glorious. In a short period of time, 20 puppet warships were destroyed. However, on the side of Elysium, dozens of demon kings had died. Following that, the demon kings that attacked the puppet warships were surrounded by 3 demon kings. They didn't have the time to attack the puppet warships. In the sky above the ocean-gazing domain, boundless waves appeared out of nowhere. A huge light formation appeared. Kill! One figure after another flew down from the light formation and joined the battlefield. Because they had come so suddenly, the demon army was slaughtered. The attacks of these people were different from normal humans. Their attacks were abnormally fleeting. They didn't seem to make any movements, but their attacks landed on the demon soldiers. Some of the stronger ones even created terrifying storms. These storms wreaked havoc, and wherever they went, the demon soldiers were torn to pieces. They're here. Serenity's eyes lit up. Her face was full of joy. It's the underground race. Li Xiaoyan was also very excited. Just like Yi Chun, he had entered the underground world before. Serenity was the saintess of a sacred race in the underground world. The people of the underground world didn't cultivate true yuan. Instead, they mainly cultivated will. Will was formless and intangible, but it had a huge destructive power. Moreover, it showed no signs of attacking. The reinforcements are here. Everyone continued to kill. Although they didn't know the origin of these people, they only killed the demons and not them It was obvious that they were the mysterious reinforcements of Elysium. For a moment, everyone's morale was high. Tens of thousands of underground humans had thrown themselves into the battlefield, causing a huge impact. These underground humans could use their thoughts to create a very large defensive barrier, and everyone was very safe inside. Normally, as long as dozens of underground humans joined hands, they would be able to make the defensive barrier last for a very long time, and the people inside the defensive barrier were not restricted by the defensive barrier, so they could fiercely attack the demon clan outside. As such, the Devil Race army was naturally killed in an incomparably sullen manner. On the light formation, there were more than 100 people left. The white-haired old man waved his hand, and the light formation broke through the space and swept towards the battlefield of the Demon Kings. Lan Sanmei had tried her best to kill, but there were too many enemies. She had just slashed a Demon King's body when she was attacked several times. If she hadn't reacted in time and avoided being hit in the vital parts, she would have died. But now she had nowhere to hide. A total of 5 Demon Kings were attacking her together. Buzz. At this moment, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Lan Sanmei. The horrifying attack landed on it, stirring up a large amount of ripples. The next moment, the invisible barrier shattered, but it also gave Lan Sanmei enough time to dodge. Raising her head, Lan Sanmei saw many unfamiliar people. These people didn't have any true yuan aura on them, but they were all extremely fast, as if they were moving with their will. Chapter 10:13. Haha, the underground race is finally here. Although the prison ancestor's limbs had been sent flying by the 3 6-star Demon Kings, and his body was badly mutilated, he still laughed heartily when he saw the hundreds of strangers who had suddenly joined the battlefield. He knew that with these hundreds of underground kings, they wouldn't be able to turn defeat into victory, but at least they had the confidence to fight. Underground race, it's all up to you now. After the Void Ancestor said this, he was immediately torn into 2 by the Lord of Fear. The Lord of Fear's hands emitted black demonic fire, instantly turning the Void Ancestor into ashes. Not a single drop of blood was left. Humph! The brown-robed old man next to the white-haired old man snorted and sighed softly. This demon is so powerful. My mental barrier only lasted for less than 1/100th of a blink of an eye, and it was forcefully torn apart by him. Just now, he had wanted to save the Void Ancestor, but the Lord of Fear's strength was beyond his imagination. His combat power is close to that of a 7-star. Naturally, he isn't someone you can resist. Leave him to me. The white-haired old man raised his cane high, and more than 10 different colored light beams were bounced back, piercing through the puppet battleship that had fired the cannons. All right, I can't resist this demon, but he doesn't seem to be the most powerful one. The brown-robed old man couldn't help but look at Yi Chun and the Troll Emperor, who were hundreds of thousands of miles away. With his mental power, his senses could extend very far. That place was like a chaotic and disorderly black hole. Just his mental power alone made him feel like he was being affected. It was hard to imagine how powerful the 2 sides were. The brown-robed old man could discover Yi Chun and the Troll Emperor, so the white-haired old man was no exception. As he bounced back countless attacks, he said, "That's a battle between 7-star. A 7-star and a 6-star overlord might seem like a small level difference, but if you want to cross over, your strength will increase by at least 2 or 3 times. That troll's demonic power is endless. Kings who are much stronger than him might not be able to do anything to him. That young man's sword intent has already reached the 8th level, and he has formed a protective sword intent. If his sword intent doesn't scatter, at least 50% of the attacks that land on him will be blocked. The 8th level sword intent is really incredible. The brown-robed old man, who had already killed several demon kings, said in surprise. Their underground race mainly cultivated mental power, which was another way of using the will. It was a kind of invisible mental power. To be more precise, it used the will as the core and acted on the outside world, producing a huge amount of power. Therefore, the will of the underground race would increase along with the realm. However, there was only one person whose will had reached the 8th level, and that was the great patriarch of the underground race, the white-haired old man in front of him. The brown-robed old man himself only had peaked 7th step willpower. Of course, although the willpower of Will and Jun Yuan were the same, the degree of excavation was completely different. It was not an exaggeration to say that those who cultivated will had already excavated their willpower to the limit, while those who cultivated Jun Yuan could only excavate 20 to 30% of their willpower. With different daos, the emphasis was also different. In the underground world, there was no way to cultivate Jun Yuan, so they could only focus on cultivating mental power. If they were to divert their attention to cultivating Jun Yuan, they would not be able to do either. Moreover, the higher the realm, the more they could not afford to be distracted. They could only focus on one, because in the later stages, if they cultivated both at the same time, there would be a divergence, and they could fall into bedevilment at any time. However, reaching the 8th level at such a young age was definitely shocking. If any young man in the underground world could reach the 8th level will, he would definitely be the next great patriarch, and he would also be promoted from a saint to a great saint. Apart from the fact that he wouldn't have the authority of a great patriarch, his status would be the same as the great patriarchs, and the other saints would have to respect him. Old man, if you had not come out, you would still have been able to protect yourselves. Within 3 to 5 years, even us demons would not be able to do anything to you. Now, let's die together with them. After killing the Void Ancestor, the Lord of Fear did not stop continuing to attack the white-haired old man. Regarding the existence of the underground race, he naturally knew about them. In the previous battle with Elysium, these underground race had appeared. A palm shot out, and the terrifying bloody light turned into countless bloody shadows that rushed toward the white-haired old man. The underground race is also a part of Elysium. When Elysium is in trouble, how could we not come? On the other hand, you demons have never won, and this time will not be an exception. The white-haired old man held the staff in his right hand and stretched it out. The next moment, the sky-blue gem at the end of the staff flashed, and a slightly blue curved mental barrier blocked in front of him. Layers of bloody shadows crashed onto it, and there was a soft, popping sound. If there were more than 200 of you, I might be a little afraid, but now you're just a joke. The Lord of Fear's figure followed closely behind the bloody shadows. With a rip of his large hand, the blue curved mental barrier was forcibly torn apart, revealing a gap. The Lord of Fear, who had half of his body squeezed over, opened his mouth and spat out a jet of black, demonic fire. Disintegrate. The white-haired old man was calm and unruffled. The space in front of his brow rippled, and the black, demonic fire suddenly paused before disintegrating at an extremely fast speed. Oh, you have some skills. Although this was what he said, the Lord of Fear's expression became much more solemn. When one's mental power was cultivated to a certain level, in terms of strength, it could pull down stars, and in terms of subtlety, it could disintegrate all things. Obviously, the white-haired old man opposite him had already reached this level. Blood Soul Divine Fist. However, the stronger the enemy, the stronger his killing intent would be. The mental barrier collapsed, and a blood-red fist blasted toward the white-haired old man's head. The bloody light on this fist had turned into liquid, and from liquid to solid again. The surface of the fist was constantly jumping with blood-colored lightning. Before it got close to the white-haired old man, it made his chi and blood boil, and his body seemed to be about to explode, transforming into chi and blood into this fist. This was a martial art of the demons that restrained people with weak bodies, and it was the most suitable to deal with the underground clan. Dimensional shield. The white-haired old man's means were more than what the Lord of Fear had imagined. His body didn't move, but the white-haired old man's figure suddenly moved away. There seemed to be a layer of world between the two of them, and the slightest deviation could lead to a great error. The trajectory of the Lord of Fear's blood soul divine fist deviated to an unknown place, and the last punch blasted a demon king tens of thousands of miles away into nothingness. Damn it, this old guy isn't that easy to deal with. The Lord of Fear put away his contempt. Although the old man opposite him had a weak body, it wasn't easy to attack him. On the contrary, it was very difficult. The white-haired old man also raised his spirit. As a will king, it wasn't that he didn't have an undying body. On the contrary, no one in Elysium could compare with him in terms of undying body. Every flesh particle in his body contained a rank 6 will. Under normal circumstances, if a flesh particle contained a rank 4 will, it would be the realm of blood rebirth. However, the weak chi and blood was an unavoidable weakness of the underground race. They didn't cultivate Jin Yuan, so Zhen Yuan and Qi couldn't be exchanged. Under normal circumstances, even if their bodies were smashed dozens of times, they would still be able to reform their bodies. Because of the rank 5 will, these flesh particles were extremely difficult to destroy, and it was even more impossible to destroy them all. It was like how you could smash an egg with one punch, but if you were asked to smash a rock, the difficulty would increase by dozens of times. However, everything had its advantages and disadvantages. The flesh particles were extremely difficult to destroy, but if the chi and blood of the flesh particles were extracted, the will would lose its sustenance and dissipate into nothingness. The Lord of Fear's blood soul divine fist could undoubtedly extract a large amount of his chi and blood. If he was hit once, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. The appearance of the underground race turned the situation around. On Elysium's side, they were no longer in a passive situation. These will kings could reflect the light beams of the puppet battleships, and they could even control the direction of the puppet battleships, causing them to attack each other, causing internal friction. Of course, as the Lord of Fear had said, the will kings of the underground race were still too few. Although they could catch the demons unprepared at the beginning, as time went on, the balance was still slowly tilting towards the demons' side. The only fortunate thing was that, with the addition of the underground race, the number of people dying began to decrease. It's not a solution to drag on like this. Yi Chun, who was fighting with the Troll Emperor, frowned unknowingly. The appearance of the underground race did make him happy for a while, especially that white-haired old man whose strength was comparable to the Lord of Fear, and that brown-robed old man also had peak 6-star battle prowess. They could be said to be two great reinforcements. However, there were still more than 500 demons, plus more than 300 puppet battleships. The gap was still huge, and if this dragged on, Elysium would be exhausted to death. Besides that, Yi Chen didn't know if it was just an illusion, but he had a vague premonition that a huge crisis was quietly approaching, and his mind was very depressed. It's almost time for you to die. The Troll Emperor was like a tireless machine, attacking Yi Chen again and again. Although the violent fist force was mostly offset by the sword will armor, Yi Chen still didn't feel very good. After all, he didn't have an indestructible body. After fighting with the opponent for countless moves, there would always be a little reaction, and now the reaction was getting more and more intense. Yi Chun was about to retort, but suddenly his eyebrows twitched, and he knew something was wrong. The Yuan Emperor's voice sounded in his mind. Someone was unsealing the seal of the demon space. It should be known that the demon space was the demon ancestral tree. Once the demon ancestral tree was released, it would be an irreversible disaster. These demons had their cultivation suppressed by Elysium, so their strength was reduced by many times. If they came into contact with the demon ancestral tree, they would return to their peak. At that time, not to mention a group of demon kings, just a single troll emperor could kill all of them, and no one would be able to stop him. "Senior, what should we do?" Yichen asked anxiously. The Yuan emperor said, "It's too late. They seem to have made a plan, and only started to unseal it now. By the time we get there, the seal will have already been unsealed. Now, we can only hope that the immortal tree has awakened. Otherwise, the Yuan emperor didn't continue, but Yi Chun knew what the consequences were. For a moment, his heart was as heavy as water. Chapter 10:14. Kill. Due to the arrival of the underground race, the battle between the kings had fallen into a stalemate. Only 1 or 2 people would die after a while. However, in the sea-gazing region, the situation did not return to a stalemate because of the appearance of the underground race. Instead, it became more and more tragic. On the ground, there were corpses, broken flesh, and blood. A large number of broken weapons were stuck on the ground, and the blood had yet to dry. As the wind blew past, the pungent smell of blood almost made people suspect that they had entered a world of blood. Junior brothers and sisters set up the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. Yan Jianhui said to Dongfang Bai, Lung Xinghan, and the others as he watched more and more demons rush over. "All right." Dongfang Bai nodded. Up until now, they had consumed more than half of their Zhan Yuan. Although everyone had improved, and their killing methods were getting better, facing the endless demon army, if they were alone, they would only be killed. As for the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, it was a simplified version of the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. It only needed 7 people to set it up, and if they used it well, it could increase their strength by 7 times. The 7 people setting up the sword formation were Yan Jianhui, Dongfang Bai, Huang Sumei, Lung Xinghan, Yi Xian, Yi Xiaoxiao, and a genius disciple of the Yi clan, Yi Yang. Although the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation was a simplified version of the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, the difficulty of setting it up increased instead. Without a natural talent, it would be impossible to comprehend the essence of the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. 2 years ago, Yi Chun had them practice the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, and would occasionally spar with them to point out their mistakes and misunderstandings. 3 months ago, they had finally practiced the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation to completion. 1 person was equivalent to 7 people, and 7 people were equivalent to 1 person. Every move of theirs had 7 times the power, and their Zhen Yuan was connected as one. The 7 people stood in the shape of the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, and then moved quickly. Although their positions would change every time they moved, the overall shape remained the same. Sometimes it looked like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, and sometimes it was slanted, straight, and sometimes even vertical. Gradually, their dantian lit up like twinkling stars, and with their Zhen Yuan as the center, they're connected. "Kill!" Yan Jianhui waved his sword, and 1,000 zhang long sword light sprinkled out, turning a row of demon army soldiers into a blood mist. "Kill!" Dongfang Bai, Huang Sumei, Lung Xinghan, Yi Xian, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Yi Yang also waved their swords. They could feel that as they waved their swords, their dantian would swell a bit, and then the abundant Zhen Yuan would pour into their swords. This was the power of the sword formation, and also the power of all of them. Of course, everything had its advantages and disadvantages. Although the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation was powerful, its consumption of Zhen Yuan would also increase by 7 times. Fortunately, they were only at the astral reaching realm and could take pellets to replenish Shen Yuan. This time, Yi Chun had given each of them a lot of pellets of all kinds, so they wouldn't have to worry about running out of Shen Yuan. Dao is emotionless, but also emotional. In the demon army that was extremely far away, countless sword lights appeared. These sword lights were extremely sharp and indestructible. However, their shapes were extremely soft, like ribbons or willow catkins dancing in the sky. The demons that were entangled by these sword lights did not even have the time to scream before they were cut into hundreds of pieces. Li Daoxian, your emotionless sword art has improved again. I wonder how it compares with my fire spirit godly blade. The crimson blade light crisscrossed, sweeping everything in its way. Yan Qihua laughed out loud as he said to Li Daoxian, "Only by staying alive will there be a meaning to the competition." Li Daoxian sighed lightly. He had killed a lot of demons, but up until now, he had also seen countless martial geniuses fall with his own eyes. Many of them were martial geniuses on the hidden dragon rank, dying with honor. They did not come here for nothing. Perhaps, in a while, we will all die with honor. Let's keep killing. Bing Ling seems to have killed more demons than us. Yan Qihua saw Bing Ling, who was dozens of miles away. Bing Ling's Ice Shen Yuan was the most suitable for group battles. As soon as those demons got close to her, their blood vessels were immediately frozen, and their movements became sluggish. In the next moment, their bodies were covered with a thin layer of frost, and they could only use 50 to 60% of their power at most. However, those demons that were hit by her were not only torn into pieces, but there was also no blood splashing out. All the blood had been frozen. Boom, boom, boom. Ice fragments flew everywhere. Bing Ling was like an ice storm. Wherever she went, the temperature began to plummet. Although her battle power might not be higher than Li Daoxian and Yan Qihua, the number of demons she killed was higher than the two. The area they were in was just a few small dots on the sea gazing. Compared to the whole battlefield, it was almost negligible. If the huge sea gazing was shrunk, one could see that the black color represented by the demon army was like ink spreading out. Anything in front of the ink would be eroded bit by bit until nothing was left. In other words, the demon army had already occupied the absolute advantage. Whether it was the number or the average battle power, they were higher than Elysium. Although the participation of the underground race had caused a lot of casualties in the demon army, the smarter demons began to understand how to break up into smaller groups. Like a cavalry, they charged at the opponent in groups. We can't hold on much longer. Brother Sunday, Wang Snake, and Wang Mei stood side by side, blocking the locust-like demon army. Beside them were the members of the South Shallow Sea Alliance, which had less than 3,000 of them left. It should be known that before the war started, they had more than 10,000 members. But now, more than 70% of them had died. Even if we can't hold on, we have to. Sun Shaojin had turned into a red-gold evil ape, which was 10,000 meters tall. The iron rod in his hand was also 10,000 meters long. With a casual wave, a large number of demons would explode. However, his huge body made him a living target. Without a choice, his body instantly shrunk. Hearing that, he turned his head and yelled. At this moment, they could not retreat. Once they retreated, they would definitely be defeated. This was not the same as fighting alone. At the same time, the Fallen Dust Sword Sect was also facing a serious challenge. More than 20,000 demon army had their eyes on them and were attacking from all directions. Even though they could arrange sword formations, facing enemies that were several times their size, it was still extremely difficult. In a short period of time, 2 sword snake formations and 1 sword dragon formation had already been broken. The people who had arranged the sword formations had all died in battle. Even the sword formations had been broken, not to mention those fallen dust sword sect members who could not arrange sword formations and could only cooperate with each other. Jewer, live well. You are my pride. I can die without regrets. From afar, Duguju had seen his father, the leader of the Dugu family, being killed by 2 demon kings. Before his death, his father had glanced at him with eyes full of pride and a faint longing. Duguju knew what that faint longing was. It was his father's longing for his mother. His mother had died a long time ago. At that time, he was still a child, and now his father had also died, although, as he had said, he could die without regrets. But why did his heart hurt so much? Ah, like a wounded wolf, Duguju raised his head and roared. It was a roar that went straight into one's soul, as well as a kind of anger and madness that came from the soul. His white hair grew crazily, and the aura on Duguju's body had completely surpassed that of a human. Anyone who came in contact with this aura would be filled with despair. Die! All of you, die! All of you, die for me! The saber was no longer a saber, but a raging flame of vengeance. The saber in Duguju's hand was wrapped in pale white flames. As he waved it, the pale white flames swept everywhere. The despairing saber intent contained in it was many times stronger than before. Even if one was touched by it, one would feel despair and die. Buffed, buffed, buffed. The 3 demon kings around Duguju did not even have the time to scream before they were swallowed by the pale white flames. Before they died, a pale white spiritual body seemed to merge into their saber intent. Completely ignoring his own existence, Duguju dashed towards the 2 demon kings who had killed his father at a terrifying speed. 2 sabers. Just 2 sabers. The 2 demon kings died, just like that. They could not understand why Duguju's strength had increased by several times. That terrifying saber intent made them feel despair, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. Of course, they did not know that Duguju's saber intent was the extremely rare despairing saber intent. When his emotions were greatly stimulated, his strength would skyrocket. His saber art would also unknowingly reach a terrifying realm of self-improvement. At this moment, Duguju's strength had impressively reached the 6-star level. Yi Chen, the seal of the demonic space, has been unsealed. After about 5 minutes, Yuan Emperor's voice rang in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen was already mentally prepared for this. However, no matter how mentally prepared he was, such a grievous news still made him feel an unprecedented sorrow. The outcome has been decided. As the commander of the demons, the Troll Emperor also knew about the unsealing of the demonic space. He immediately laughed out loud, looking at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. As long as his strength returned to its peak, not to mention 1 Yi Chen, even 10 Yi Chens would be annihilated by him with 1 punch. Even if Yuan Emperor were to come back to life, he would be able to easily kill him. As a demon emperor at the 7th layer of life and death realm, according to this world's battle strength, he would have a 9-star battle strength. At that time, who would be able to stop him? It should be known that not only had his cultivation base been suppressed by 2 layers, he could not use the demon's martial arts to its peak. Moreover, his body had been sealed, and a large amount of his essence, qi, and soul had been worn away, and he had yet to recover. Even Lu Xiaoyu could unleash a sword strike that burned his life force. I, Yi Chen, am not afraid of anything. 3rd layer of life and death realm break through for me. His sorrowful mood was cut down by the sword intent. Blue veins popped out on Yi Chen's forehead like small snakes, and his aura increased exponentially. Immediately after, an unknown flame burst out of his body, causing cracks to appear on his body, as if he was a delicate porcelain that was about to shatter. Chapter 10:15. What? He wants to break through to the third sky of life and death realm. The Troll Emperor was stunned. Elysium was not a perfect world. In fact, the world the demons lived in was not a perfect world either. However, compared to Elysium, the world the demons lived in was undoubtedly more advanced and closer to perfection. Therefore, the demons could cultivate to the fifth sky of life and death realm in their own world. Of course, ordinary demons could only cultivate to the third sky of life and death realm. If they continued to advance, they would be devoured by the rules and turn into ashes. As far as he knew, the cultivation limit of Elysium was the second sky of life and death realm. As long as one didn't go through a dead end, no one could surpass this realm. Even someone as amazing as the Yuan Emperor was only at the peak of the second sky of life and death realm. He would never be able to advance an inch in his life, and he wouldn't dare to do so unless someone forced him to risk his life. What a pity! Such a genius doesn't die by my hands. But soon, the Troll Emperor shook his head. He didn't think Yi Chen could reach the third sky of life and death realm. Rules were rules, and they wouldn't change because of anyone or anything. Although Elysium was their home, Elysium itself couldn't change the rules. Of course, the premise was that Elysium had its own consciousness. Once the rules were changed, it would be disorderly, and the result of disorder would be destruction. Crack! A faint crackling sound came from Yi Chen's body. It was the sound of a burning flame. This kind of flame came from nothingness and started exploding from the depths of his cells. The destructive power it produced was even more frightening than having one's body torn apart. This was because it was erasing the will of the cells. Once the will collapsed, Yi Chen's body would turn into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Clenching both of his fists, Yi Chen's expression was unprecedentedly firm. It seemed as if nothing could shake his confidence. He firmly believed that he could reach the third sky of life and death realm. At this moment, he had already ignored all negative emotions. Even if the heavens told him that he couldn't succeed, he would turn a deaf ear to them. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't survive. If they didn't stake everything in one throw, there would be no hope of victory. More and more cracks appeared on his body. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a human-shaped porcelain that could shatter at any moment. Strands of flames spurted out from those cracks, and upon closer inspection, one could see that these flames were actually formed from tiny runes. These runes were even smaller than viruses, and they were arranged closely together. Each strand of flame was formed from millions upon millions of runes. It was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Bang! All of a sudden, one of Yi Chen's arms exploded, turning into ashes and disappearing. I have to say, you are the craziest genius I have ever seen. You are not in a desperate situation, yet you dare to gamble with your life. But in my opinion, craziness also means stupidity. This kind of person usually doesn't live long. The Troll Emperor stood in the distance and watched calmly. He had no intention of attacking. There was no expression of pain on Yi Chen's face. He calmly said, "This isn't a gamble because I will succeed. Rules are used to restrict people, but they can also be broken by others, let alone these incomplete rules. I don't want to argue with you. Let the truth tell us who is right and who is wrong." The Troll Emperor sneered. "Pa!" Yi Chen's other arm was also destroyed. This was a complete destruction from the inside out. Bang, 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 bang. Like a chain reaction, both of Yi Chen's legs and torso were destroyed. In the end, only Yi Chen's head was left, and this head was covered in cracks. Every inch of his body had tens of thousands of cracks. Even a single strand of hair had many cracks. The truth has proven that I am right. The Troll Emperor laughed loudly. "You are wrong." As he said these words, Yi Chen's head exploded. But strangely, a silver sphere didn't explode. It was round and without any dust. Everything in the world was reflected inside. Then, Yi Chen's entire life appeared inside. From the original world to the current world, every bit of Yi Chen's life was repeated in this silver sphere. It was as if he had experienced 2 lifetimes again. Buzz. The heaven and earth suddenly trembled. It was the resonance of the great Tao. In the next moment, 9 colored heavenly flowers fell from the sky. They were even more powerful than the 7 colored heavenly flowers. What? Who entered life and death realm? No, this is 9 colored heavenly flowers. This has never happened in Elysium before. After entering the life and death realm, heavenly flowers would fall from the sky. The lowest would be white flowers, followed by 3, 5, 7, and so on. In other words, the number of 7 colored flowers had already reached the bottom, and it was impossible for 9 colored flowers to appear. At this moment, even in the midst of a life and death battle, the attention of everyone in true spirit world was still attracted by the 9 colored flowers. 9 colored heavenly flowers. This is the completion of the rules. Xianhou cried out in astonishment. From the palace spirit, Xianhou already knew that Elysium's rules were not complete. Therefore, only the most outstanding geniuses could cultivate to the first layer of life and death realm, with the highest not exceeding the second layer. Even if others knew the true cultivation method of life and death realm, they would not be able to condense a Tao gate. Forcibly condensing a Tao gate would only lead to their own destruction. As a peak first layer life and death realm, Xianhou naturally felt that the suppression of the rules on her Tao gate had decreased a lot. It should be known that when she condensed her Tao gate had almost collapsed. This was the backlash of the rules. The rules have actually improved a bit. In the conferred King Palace, the palace spirit raised its head, its face full of astonishment and delight. Due to the special nature of the conferred King Palace, the palace spirit couldn't leave the palace, and naturally couldn't participate in the battle. It could only watch as Elysium gradually fell. However, at this moment, it seemed to see a turning point. Look, the 9 colored heavenly flowers are coming from Yi Chen's direction. His direction has the most 9 colored heavenly flowers. Soon, someone noticed that the 9 colored flowers were the densest in Yi Chen's location. It was almost like a snowstorm formed by the flowers. Bathing in the 9 colored heavenly flowers, the silver light sphere unexpectedly started to breathe rhythmically. Although the faint breathing sound was not loud, it resonated with the entire sky. Impossible. He can't possibly break through to the 3rd layer. The Troll Emperor was both shocked and furious as he punched toward the silver light sphere bathing in the 9 colored heavenly flowers. Why are you in such a hurry? A strand of formless sword light blocked the Troll Emperor's attack. The Troll Emperor retreated dozens of steps. Cracks appeared on his hand, and blood splashed everywhere. His pupils dilated, not knowing how Yi Chen attacked him. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of blood flowing was like a waterfall. At the same time, a human shadow appeared outside the silver light sphere. Then, with the human shadow as the frame, bones, flesh, internal organs, skin, and hair started to appear. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's body was formed. In the next second, the shocking sky cracked open on its own, and the endless yuan qi from the heaven and earth condensed into a yuan qi river, pouring into Yi Chen's head. The yuan qi river was endless, and it was hard to tell how much it had poured in within a second. Yi Chen's seemingly tiny body was like a black hole that could never be filled up. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's aura continued to rise. 3rd sky of life and death realm. Peak 3rd sky of life and death realm. In one breath, Yi Chun reached the peak of the third layer of life and death realm. Not only was his Jun Yuan several times thicker, but its purity had also reached a whole new level. Yi Chun even had a feeling that in terms of Jun Yuan density, even diamonds might not be able to compare. However, the mysterious thing was that his Jun Yuan was still in a liquid state, not a solid state. Indeed, the incomplete rules of the heaven and earth did not result in a complete backlash. Although most of my flesh and blood had been destroyed, there was still a trace of it that seemed to have no life force at all. However, it was also very dangerous this time. This trace of flesh and blood had already scattered in the heaven and earth, unable to be captured. It had almost been assimilated by the natural Yuan Qi. If it were not for the fact that I still had my consciousness and will, I would not have been able to recover. The secret of blood rebirth was that each and every cell had a will. As long as the will was not destroyed, the cell would not be destroyed. However, at that time, the fragmented will would dissipate without the control of the core will. At that time, it would depend on the strength of the core will. If the core was strong, it meant that the obsession was too deep. Even the rules couldn't completely erase it, as it had already left its mark in the heaven and earth. Yi Chen's will was undoubtedly very powerful. The seventh step immortal sword, intent itself, had the power of immortality. Therefore, even if his body was destroyed, his sea of soul was not destroyed. The degree of threat was not even as high as when his body was destroyed by the Troll Emperor. At that time, even his sea of soul had been destroyed, and he hadn't reached blood rebirth yet. Of course, just the sea of soul was not enough. If all his cells were destroyed, Yi Chun would have no choice but to take over. Right now, my cultivation base is close to 20,000 years. Moreover, each and every one of my cells contains the fifth step immortal sword intent, which is equivalent to a sixth-step sword intent. In terms of body strength, even a sixth-step spirit body would not be able to reach my level. Sixth-step spirit body represented the strength of the cells themselves. In Yi Chen's case, his cells were still at the fifth-step spirit body level, but they contained the fifth-step immortal sword intent. It was like wearing a layer of armor, and its defense surpassed the cells of a sixth-step spirit body. In the future, if he met someone much stronger than Yi Chen, the opponent might only be able to tear him into pieces, but not turn him into a bloody mist. If he met an opponent at the same level, even if Yi Chen didn't retaliate, the opponent would only be able to leave some marks on his body. This was already somewhat similar to the sword body. Of course, the sword body was not only powerful in terms of defense, but it could also transform the Jun Yuan within the body into sword Yuan. There were some differences between the two. So what if you've broken through to the third sky of life and death realm? My demonic power is boundless for you. How are you going to kill me? The Troll Emperor calmed down. Is that so? Swish! With a wave of his hand, the demon-slaughtering sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand as he slashed at the Troll Emperor. Chapter 1016. Boom! Yi Chen's sword attack was the third movement of the vibrational sword spell, the Sky Absolute Sword. As soon as the sword was shot out, the sky and earth resonated. It was so fast that it was close to teleportation. The Troll Emperor only saw the sword light flashing in front of his eyes. The next moment, his body was cut in half. His body kept shaking, and then with a bang, he turned into blood mist. The sword light from the Sky Absolute Sword contained a vibrating power that was not much stronger than before. However, no one knew whether it was a coincidence or not, but the vibrating power on the sword light matched the vibrating power of the sky and earth, which caused his body to be unable to bear it. After being split in half, his body exploded into blood mist, autumn water. After throwing out a sword attack, Yi Chen's second sword attack followed right after. This sword attack was the fourth movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell. The surreal space was sparkling, and the moonlight was shattered. The water-like sword light landed right in the middle of the blood mist. Then it exploded out in all directions like a water thunder. The tiny spiral-shaped sword chi killed the blood mist in the surroundings, destroying the willpower within it. Merciless water and fire. Before the power of the second sword attack could fully spread out, Yi Chen's third sword attack came. This time, it was the destructive merciless water and fire. Both swords were thrown out horizontally and vertically, and a green cross-shaped sword screen shot out. The sky and the earth seemed to be divided into four parts. The blood mist was also divided into four parts, with the cross-shaped sword screen as the origin. The horrifying fusion power of water and fire swept out. The fusion power of water and fire contained the coldness of water, and the violent heat of fire. The fusion process was also the process of collision. Together with the destructive sword intent, it explained the meaning of destruction and doomsday. That area became an energy black hole, swallowing everything it could. Moment of glory. In the end, Yi Chen's strongest sword attack came. His body leaned forward, and Yi Chen was like a peerless sword. He and the sword became one, flying towards the energy black hole. When he got close to the energy black hole, the powerful space-stopping power immediately froze everything. Even the uncontrollable energy black hole stopped moving. Shoo! Like a feather, Yi Chen's sword pierced through the energy black hole, and then he retreated. As he flew back, the space-stop effect weakened, so it looked like Yi Chen was getting faster and faster, as if the whole world was expanding. It might have been a moment, or it might have been a long time. The energy black hole burst out a strong light that surpassed that of the sun. The solid light instantly filled the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, then hundreds of thousands of miles, then millions of miles. The sea near the heavenly gaze sea was still gloomy and bleak a moment ago, but after 1,000th of a second, everything within a radius of millions of miles was filled with the strong light. Everyone's shadows were stretched infinitely until their shadows and bodies were swallowed by the strong light. Only Yi Chen himself was still clearly visible in the strong light. When the strong light touched his body, it immediately bounced back. Rumble! After a long time, an earth-shattering explosion finally rang out. No one could describe how terrifying this explosion was. It was like the sound of heaven and earth being destroyed, or like the first clap of thunder when the world was formed. It could shake all living things to death, but it could also wake all living things up from their slumber. What's going on? Being swallowed by the strong light, everyone stopped fighting. They wanted to use their soul force to sense, but the closer they got to the center of the explosion, the more their soul force became fragmented. The strong light lasted for a long time, more than the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Under everyone's patience, the strong light finally dissipated strand by strand. The gloominess and bleakness in the world seemed to be swallowed by this strong light, and everything became clear again. What a shocking aura! Before, when Yi Chen summoned the 9-colored sky flower, everyone naturally knew that it was caused by the battle between Yi Chen and the Troll Emperor. But now, they only saw Yi Chen, not the Troll Emperor. Moreover, the aura on Yi Chen's body was frighteningly powerful. It wasn't that this aura was boundless, but that it was too sharp. It was as if it was formed by millions of tiny swords shooting out in all directions. Soul Force tried to sense Yi Chen, but it was instantly sliced into pieces. They couldn't sense Yi Chen himself, and could only tell who it was from the special aura. As the cause of all this, Yi Chen frowned. Still can't kill him? No wonder in ancient times many foreign race experts could only be sealed and not killed. This troll emperor's cultivation had been suppressed by two heavens, and his essence, energy, and soul hadn't recovered yet. He's still in a weak state. I'm afraid that before he was sealed, his strength was at the same level as Senior Yuan Emperor. But I've more or less understood this demon's cultivation. He's already reached the hundreds of thousands of years level. Compared to my true Yuan, his demonic energy is indeed endless. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a ripple appeared in the void, and dozens of broad bean-sized meatballs squeezed out of the space. Yi Chen could tell with a single glance that these bean-sized meatballs had an astonishing quality. Their density even surpassed extreme grade metals, which was the result of extreme compression. The blood and chi power emitted by one bean-sized meatball was more powerful than 10,000 ordinary people combined. The meatballs condensed like lightning, and then suddenly expanded, turning into the image of the Troll Emperor. "You." The Troll Emperor pointed at Yi Chen, his face full of shock and anger. The other's attack had wiped out 1/3 of his cultivation. It had to be known that his demonic energy had reached the hundreds of thousands of years level, which was equivalent to those demons with heaven realm cultivation methods bitterly cultivating for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, he had condensed part of the blood mist at the critical moment, forming many meatballs, and then crazily compressing them. This way, the destructive power would be evenly distributed on the meatballs, and the more compact they were, the smaller they would receive. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to survive. Times have changed. You should be aware of this. At this moment, be it defense or offense, Yi Chen had surpassed his opponent. Previously, he was barely at the level of 7 stars. Of course, the increase in his strength was not entirely due to his cultivation base reaching the 3rd layer of life and death realm. It was also related to his body. Every single cell in his body contained the 5th step Immortal Sword intent. Even without using Zhen Yuan or Core Sword intent, he could kill an ordinary life and death king with a single punch. The powerful sword intent contained within his cells allowed Yi Chen's control over his strength to reach the pinnacle. Not even the slightest bit could escape his senses. This kind of feeling was akin to a punch that could deal twice the damage. His mind and body were one, and he could erupt with all his might. Therefore, it was still the same sword art, but after the fine control of Zhen Yuan, its might had greatly increased. This was already far beyond the realm of minute subtlety. Minute subtlety meant that one could see very clearly, but it didn't mean that one could do it that well. A drop of water might seem ordinary, but if its power could be completely aroused, its might would be astonishing. This was precisely the so-called turning the rotten into the magical. Yi Chen couldn't help but recall a saying. The human body was originally a small world with boundless potential. You might think that you had used up all of your potential, but the deeper potential had yet to be unearthed. External strength could be cultivated, and internal strength could also be cultivated. However, this kind of cultivation was not systematic and could only be aroused by one's will. Lu Xiaoyou's life-burning sword and Duguju's blade, filled with grief and indignation, were both manifestations of potential bursting out. However, they couldn't control it and could only act according to their instincts. Very good. You should be proud of being able to force me to this extent. However, I, Troll Emperor, also have some tricks that I haven't used yet. I'd like to see if you can withstand my full power fist. Sucking in a deep breath, Troll Emperor's eyes turned extremely cold. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. Troll Emperor's body leaned forward as though he was about to throw a punch. A shocking scene occurred. In front of Yi Chen, another Troll Emperor suddenly appeared, and a fist was aimed at Yi Chen's chest. This kind of method could no longer be described with words. Speed was meaningless in front of him. Yi Chen's eyes revealed traces of shock, but he quickly calmed down. Actually, with the state of no sword in his hand and no sword in his heart, he could block this fist. However, he wanted to test the extent of his defense. Boom! A sound like that of a drum rang out. A huge circle of ripples spread out, and Yi Chen's entire body was sent flying. However, the Troll Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. This punch only left a shallow fist mark on Yi Chen's chest. Before this, although Yi Chen could exchange countless blows with him without suffering any damage, that was the result of brute force. Yi Chen had never taken a single punch from him. Attacking against attacking and being attacked were two different concepts. The difference in damage received was like heaven and earth. I don't believe it. The Troll Emperor threw another punch. This time, the Troll Emperor far behind him disappeared, and in front of Yi Chen, a new Troll Emperor appeared. In other words, this ultimate move of the Troll Emperor could only be used by two people. It was impossible for three Troll Emperors to appear at the same time. This punch, the Troll Emperor, was aimed at Yi Chen's head. I don't have the hobby of being beaten. With the demon-slaying sword horizontally, Yi Chen borrowed the opponent's strength to deflect the opponent's fist and hit the air. Puchi! Following that, Yi Chen's sword fell, and the Troll Emperor's body was split into two. However, with two Troll Emperors existing at the same time, Yi Chen's sword could not hurt the Troll Emperor, unless he could hit both of them. There's not enough time. Let's kill the other demon kings first. With a thought, a sharp sword slashed towards the Troll Emperor. This was the 9 return to 1 sword technique. With Yi Chen's current use of strength, the Imperial Sword technique was enough to entangle the opponent, while his main body could escape. His body instantly disappeared, and Yi Chen appeared near an Elysium King and 3 Demon Kings. Without even looking, Yi Chen swung his sword and left. Puchi Puchi, the 3 Demon Kings completely disappeared. In the next moment, another 2-meter Demon King fell in another place, and then, in a short period of time, Yi Chen killed dozens of Demon Kings. Not a single Demon King was a match for his sword. Although he did not have Su Jing's crushing AoE killing ability, in terms of efficiency, he far surpassed Su Jing, because whether it was a 4-star Demon King, a 5-star Demon King, or even a 6-star demon, the result was the same. There was no difference. 1 man and 1 sword, Yi Chen completed a beautiful turn. Chapter 1017. No, all the Devil Kings were frightened by Yi Chen's strength. With his speed, it wouldn't take long for him to kill all of them. The so-called occupation of Elysium and enslavement of Elysium was nothing more than a joke in front of him. Immediately, they were all stupefied. Powerful, this is true power. With a single person's strength, he overturned the entire battle. Jailer's eyes shone. In truth, as a king who had lived for a long time, he didn't care how many kings Elysium had. Unless the number of Elysium's kings could be multiplied by several folds, it was meaningless. What he cared about was whether there was an absolutely powerful character in Elysium. It was like raising goo. Countless goo worms would devour each other until a goo king was born. The value of this goo king would far surpass all the goo worms consumed. Without a doubt, Yi Chen was this goo king. He alone could accomplish what all the others combined couldn't. In other words, he alone was equivalent to hundreds or thousands of kings. This didn't mean that Yi Chen alone could contend against hundreds or thousands of kings. Rather, in a group battle, Yi Chen could kill so many kings, and no one could stop him. The current Yi Chen was equivalent to a titled monarch in ancient times. With him, Elysium would have the cornerstone to win against the other races. Kill. 3 6-star Devil Kings and 15 5-star Devil Kings joined hands and attacked. They couldn't ignore Yi Chen, who had killed too many Devil Kings. In just a short while, they had already lost more than 50 devil kings. Yi Chen's figure was light and nimble, but the feeling he gave off was exceptionally sharp. Sword lights crisscrossed the void, and with each flash, several devil kings would be killed. After 5 sword strikes, only one 6-star devil king remained. However, when Yi Chen turned around, this 6-star devil king's body suddenly disintegrated, turning into a pile of ash. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky, hundreds of different colored light beams shot toward Yi Chen. These were the attacks of the puppet battleships. Any one of them could kill an ordinary peak king. This was a killing power that had been accumulated for a long time. Unfortunately, in Yi Chen's eyes, these hundreds of light beams were full of holes. After all, puppet battleships were puppet battleships. They needed people to control them. In terms of details, they couldn't achieve the same level of precision. These hundreds of light beams seemed to attack Yi Chen at the same time, but in fact, there were still some in front and some behind, and there were blind spots. Yi Chen only used one sword strike against the hundreds of light pillars with astonishing momentum. Bung! The first light pillar to attack Yi Chen was deflected by the devil-slaying sword, and as if it was refracted, it collided with another light pillar. Soon after, a scalp-numbing scene occurred, like a chain reaction, or as if Yi Chen had already calculated countless times, the second light pillar changed its trajectory after colliding with the first, colliding with the third light pillar. The third light pillar blocked the fourth light pillar, and the fourth light pillar cut the fifth and sixth light pillars in half. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, all the light pillars lost their trajectory and exploded in the sky. At first glance, one would think that there was an invisible maze in the void. These light pillars entered the maze and madly exploded, but they couldn't reach the end, Yi Chen's position. In the puppet battleships, all the demons looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. One sword strike had destroyed the combined attack of hundreds of puppet battleships. Could it not be so exaggerated? Didn't this mean that the puppet battleships were just toys in the eyes of the opponent? Pung, pung, pung. Suddenly, a large number of puppet battleships exploded. It turned out that many of the light pillars had changed their trajectories time and time again and shot into the sky. Although a lot of energy had been consumed while changing their trajectories, these light pillars had also fused with the energy of other light pillars. The puppet battleships naturally couldn't block them. Invincible. On the true spirit world side, everyone was wild with joy. Yi Chen's strength had already surpassed their imaginations. Although his strength had yet to reach the level of monarchs in ancient times, his techniques were simply unimaginable. They were very clear on how powerful the light beams from those puppet battleships were. Under normal circumstances, a single light beam would be enough to shatter the body of a weaker king. But after accumulating power, it would have the destructive power to kill an ordinary peak king. Yi Chen had only used one sword strike to resolve all the dangers. It could be said that his technique was miraculous. The current him is no longer in existence that can be killed by numbers. Xianhou also saw this scene. Roaming in the void, Yi Chen killed more and more devil kings, from a few dozen to 100, and then to 200, and then beyond 200. Originally, there were more than 500 devil kings, but now only half remained. Yi Chen's existence was practically a nightmare for devils. Each and every one of them was incomparably terrified and had lost all morale. This couldn't be blamed on them. Since they could fight until now, they were naturally not afraid of death. However, the opponent was simply too powerful, to the point where they couldn't muster up any fighting spirit. For example, if the Elysium didn't have Yi Chen, just the Troll Emperor alone would be able to kill Elysium's morale completely. On the battlefield, the general commanded the entire army. However, If the general himself was an invincible existence and led the soldiers in a killing spree, the morale of the soldiers would soar, while the enemy would naturally be routed. It was the same logic. All puppet battleships, leave. At this moment, the Troll Emperor's voice resounded. Swoosh, swoosh, hearing his words, the less than 200 remaining puppet battleships simultaneously flew away. With Yi Chen present, they wouldn't be of much use and could only add to the losses. It should be known that the value of each puppet battleship was astonishing. If all 400 of them were lost, even if they won this battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Everyone, listen up. Our fiend ancestral tree is about to descend. Elysium's doomsday is close at hand. At that time, even 10 Yi Chen won't be enough to kill you. The Troll Emperor's voice was extremely cold and full of killing intent. The fiend ancestral tree is about to descend. Ha! There's hope. As long as the fiend ancestral tree descends, I'll be able to recover to the 5th layer of life and death realm. Coupled with the demons, martial arts, who will be my opponent? That's right. Who cares about Yi Chen? If we weren't suppressed, not to mention 10 Yi Chen, even 20 or 30 Yi Chen wouldn't be enough for us to kill. Hearing the news of the fiend ancestral tree's imminent arrival, the remaining demon kings were all incomparably excited. Soon after, their sinister gazes landed on Yi Chen. In their eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Humph! Although the losses are great, as long as we capture the Elysium and complete the mission that the demons have failed to accomplish for hundreds of thousands of years, the higher-ups will still reward me greatly and won't punish me. The Troll Emperor didn't care about the casualties of the demon kings. What he cared about was whether he could capture the Elysium or not. Is the fiend ancestral tree about to descend? Su King's eyes were filled with regret. He didn't regret targeting the Chaos Demon Sea, but he regretted letting the Demon Flower Emperor summon the Demon Space. If the Demon Space hadn't been summoned, it wouldn't have been so easy for the demons to find the Demon Space. Now, everything was too late. He was very clear about the consequences of the Fiend Ancestral Tree's arrival. In fact, whether the Demon Space was summoned or not, the demons could still find it. It was just that it would take a lot of time. Moreover, if they couldn't find the demon space, the demons wouldn't have attacked the Elysium so early. Delaying it for 1 or 2 years wouldn't change the result. After all, while Yi Chen was strong, the Troll Emperor's spirit was also recovering from the seal. Whether it was good or bad, no one knew. What should come has finally come. The Demon Flower Emperor sighed, a bitter smile appearing on his face. In an instant, the morale of the Elysium's side fell. They couldn't imagine how powerful their opponents would be once the fiend ancestral tree descended. Yi Chen, you're dead meat. Tagula, will be the first to kill you. A 6-star devil shouted at Yi Chen. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Yi Chen's expression turned even colder. His whole body swept over, annihilating the opponent. Kill! Kill! The only thing Yi Chen could do now was to kill more demon kings. As for what would happen next, he couldn't care less. He would do his best and leave the rest to fate. Kill! The other kings of the Elysium also reacted, who cared about the future. Since they were going to die anyway, killing a few more demon kings before they died was a good thing. The demons and demon kings originally had the advantage in terms of numbers, but after Yi Chen killed half of them, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. They only had 200 people, while the Elysium side had more than 250 demon kings. Half of them were underground demon kings. With Yi Chen constantly reducing the number of demon kings, they started a real counterattack for the first time. Demon kings fell one after another. Unable to gain the advantage in terms of numbers, the Elysium side finally became stronger. Not only did they have an unparalleled existence like Yi Chun, but they also had the golden dragon Su Jing. Apart from that, the six-star devils also had Murong Qingcheng, Xianhou, Jailer, Duguju, Su King, and the underground tribe's grand patriarch, the white-haired old man, and the brown-clothed old man. Other than the fact that their low-end combat strength was slightly inferior, in terms of high-end combat strength, the Elysium was above the demons. No, after the cursed demon emperor, another heavy weight of the demons fell. It was the Lord of Fear. He died under the joint attack of Yi Chun and the white-haired old man. With just one joint attack, the Lord of Fear completely disappeared. There's no time to lose. Let's join hands and kill the Troll Emperor. The white-haired old man suggested. All right. Yi Chun nodded. It would be extremely difficult for him to kill the Troll Emperor alone. If the white-haired old man cooperated with him, it should be much easier. However, at this moment, the space above the sea suddenly collapsed into billions of pieces. A huge ancient tree that connected the sky and the earth descended from the sky, taking root in the seabed. This was an ancient tree that emitted boundless demonic chi. It was much more terrifying than the demonic energy source. Its trunk was several hundred li thick and several thousand li tall. Its huge shadow shrouded the world. The demon ancestral tree had descended